Tonight on Podium Esports, qualifying weekend resumes for the 6th rendition of the Podium 500 with qualifying heat races numbers 6 through 10. The drivers that finish in places 1 through 5 go straight to the duels on Saturday, and the drivers that finish in 6th place through 13th place go straight to the last chance qualifier that is also run on Saturday morning and afternoon. And the drivers that finish 14th or lower get sent home from competing in this year's running of the Podium 500. Enjoy heat races number 6 through 10 on Podium Esports this evening. Enjoy the races.
And now, the battle is on for Day 2. Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the second day for the 2024 Podium 500 Heats to determine which drivers make it to the heats. And then, in turn, from said heats we've seen throughout so far to the LCQs and the duels on Saturday. I'm Justin Prince alongside the booth for tonight's festivities. To start things off, Ricky Sprinter, Christian Hill producing as we get set for more coverage of the Podium 500. And so far, we've seen a lot of drama, to say the least, when it comes to the battles, when it comes to the racetrack itself. But in turn tonight here, Ricky, it's Day 2, and a lot of big names want to see if they can advance around this 2.5-mile facility.
2.5-mile facility, and a lot of great drivers. We take a look here at the track facts. 31 degrees of banking in the corner. That's going to allow these drivers to get some great 3-wide racing with this next-gen car. 18 degrees down the front straightaway, 3 degrees down the back straightaway. A lot of good talent that we see out here so far and throughout the next couple of heats that these guys are really going to have to push themselves if they want to prove they deserve to be in the Podium 500.
And we've seen some wild racing so far over the course of the past few hours, but today, we'll see how the drivers fare out when we get to Day 2 when it comes to this facility that's been open since the 1950s. In turn, if we can get towards the format side of tonight's festivities, there's a lot of talk about how these drivers need to get the job done tonight. You'll have just 30 laps, keep in mind, around this facility to get it done, to be able to move on straight to the duels. Only the top 5 advance. Then, 6th through 13th have to go to the LCQ if they want to then race in said duels on Saturday. As you can tell, though, when it comes to this evening, the pressure is on. About 15 green-white checkered attempts is the projection. It's technically unlimited, but if you manage to use more than 15 in an hour, you win the magic prize of having a 16th green-white checkered. Fixed setups, 1 fast repair, a 17x incident limit if necessary. Keep in mind, it's pretty simple, Ricky. Be in the top 13, and you race Saturday. 14th and below, you're done.
Yeah, and with a lot of great drivers in the field, getting to that oh-so-lucky 13th spot is going to be so difficult. You're going to have a lot of guys pushing. A big thing that I'm looking out for here is that 17x incident limit. You see all the time in iRacing drivers getting into each other a little too hard and raising up that incident limit. That could prove to be a problem for some of these drivers, but luckily, when the big one happens, not if, they do have 1 fast repair to get that car fixed and try and go back out and push their way in.
In turn, drivers are currently finishing up their final preparations for tonight's festivities in the first of the heats. We have a grand total of 5 tonight, heats 6 through 10 this evening. And when it comes to the first of these heats, a lot of big names when it comes to the Road to Pro ladder, but also in terms of racing as a whole here tonight. For the first heat, some of the big names. Johnny Avila stands out. Garrett Conrad, Matthew Baker going to be leading the field to the green flag, for example. You also have some of those starting towards the back that have some notables, like Derek Fulton, who made a run in round 2 of the Road to Pro ladder a couple years ago. And how about Andre Castro from Real World Racing making his way into the Podium 500, or at least the heat side. He's also got connections to ERL. We're about to see, though, how those drivers line up for tonight's festivities. It's time to get ready for the first of the 30-lap heats here on Podium. Cars making their way to the starting grid for tonight's action. Let's take a look, if we can, at how they'll start for this evening as they continue to make their way into the racetrack. It's Matthew Baker who will lead the field in the green machine. Just came off a super speedway win that won him a PC. Alongside him, Johnny Avila. In row number 2, it's Conrad, who will start alongside Alistair Topley. Topley running a Joey Logano scheme tonight. In row 3, William Hale looks to power his way ahead. He'll start alongside Les Levy in the top 6. Craig Jansek starts off in 7 tonight alongside Justin Mills. Mills in a dark black scheme in the 4-car on track. Inside the top 10 in rounding out set top 10 groupings will be Nash Brambilla alongside Matthew Monar inside the top 10 Ricky.
Yeah, and Chris Akers gonna go just outside of the top 10 in 11th. 12th, it's gonna be Richard Elliott in the 02 machine. Lewis in the 73 gonna roll off in 13th spot. Matthew Kent, one to watch for here, rolling off in 14th. 15th spot is gonna be Carl Rotman, and one of the drivers that you hit on there, Justin, Andre Castro rolling off in the 16th spot. Chris Justice rolling off in 17th. Julio in the 45 car rolling off 18th. 19th is Braden Wind. And rounding out the top 20 is Zach York, Justin.
21st spot tonight will be Christopher Blanchard in the first of the heats tonight. Then it's Brendan Dellamore. He did not take the green, though. So, looks like the 5 will not be hitting the racetrack in sim. But rounding out the field, Derek Fulton and Luis Calderon rounding out the grid. So in turn, 23 make it in time for the start for this evening's action. Looks like Dellamore just got in, but we'll have to start for pit road. Your keys for Duel 6.
Yeah, and I really think that it's going to come down to it here. It's going to come down to these drivers really either wasting the time out, running these 30 laps out and trying to keep the cars clean until you can get to those green-white checkered attempts, or it's going to be all go for the guys in the back. They're going to try and get up front. We might have some problems. That 5 car might not be behind the pack here after too long.
And you mentioned one of the drivers you're keeping an eye on in Matthew Kent. Who else should we be keeping an eye on that we haven't mentioned yet?
Really just kind of looking down through the field. There's a lot of notable guys. If you've been on the service for a while, you've raced with most of them. But really, I'm going to be looking at Les Levy in the 62 machine. I think he's got a great shot here, rolling off in the 6th spot. You're kind of in the catbird seat up there on the top side.
So in turn, we're just about set to go for today's action. Matthew Baker starts on the inside. Johnny Avila making a late session paint change to the Dale Senior scheme. We're underway for heat number 6.
And as they roll their way 2 by 2 now, working their way through the end of the tri-oval into turn 1, you can see everybody side by side as the leader Matthew has just pulled out. About a 2-car breakaway there as they pull up to the top. The 9 machine of Garrett goes with him, and now that top lane starting to form up as the bottom falling away down the back straightaway.
And as to be expected, based on the trends prior to last night at least, the top line, the best line when it comes to momentum. A big shout out, by the way, for those just joining in from the Russian Rocket and his respective stream. Getting Muzgunov amongst those going to be competing later on this evening. William Hale, though, he's found some help. Craig Jansek trying to push him along to the bottom, all while Baker leads the top to start off the race with the help of Garrett Conrad.
Yeah, now Levy, the 62 machine, the first car on that bottom line as our first yellow's out, and it looks like the 34 machine into the wall.
And a couple drivers at the back of the field. Richard Elliott into the wall. He was running 15th at the stripe. And I think he just got introduced to Jesse Owuchi Motorsports driver Andre Castro, or at least his fenders.
Yeah, and it looks like just a typical 2 drivers fighting for real estate there, but that one fast repair gonna come in handy for some of these drivers as a hard lick to the outside wall for Castro after that wreck concluded.
So, in turn, already fast repair time for a couple drivers. There is one available, remember. Let's take a look at what happened. Zach York amongst those collected in one of the Flying Arrows cars. And Castro was the first one trying to get a third line working up the middle.
Yeah, and it looks, right there, 2 drivers, the O2 machine, and Castro just fighting for the same piece of real estate, it looked like, trying to work their way down. And, man, that's a hard lick for the 34 machine. We see a couple other drivers. It looks like York there putting his way down the bottom with lots of damage. So a couple of drivers definitely getting into it there. It does not look like that blue machine there is too terribly bad. The number 9 machine, maybe not a quick repair for that. I mean, we know these next-gen cars are very, very durable.
So the drivers quickly trying to catch up to the pace car. There is a 1-hour time limit if necessary, remember. That hasn't come into factor quite yet, but it could potentially if you reach the point of 15 green light checkers we were referring to earlier. Blanchard, by the way, already amongst those having to regather up with significant front nose damage to his Ford Dark Horse.
Yeah, and Delamore, though, he's really happy about that caution. He's still on the lead lap, and now he's worked his way back up to the rear of the field. So the number 5 machine is back in this race, and from 24th, and a lot of drivers getting damage in that crash. He might have a shot to come from the back, but a lot of guys that we talked about earlier on, Justin, already having issues. I mean, we hit on 3 drivers there just before the race started, and we've already seen them get some damage. So this is truly a free-for-all. These guys are fighting for every inch of real estate on the racetrack. As you can see, the cars with damage dipping down pit lane.
As they get the damage repaired, for those just tuning in, a reminder on how things work tonight. The top 5 in each of these fields in the 5 heats advance to the duels directly on Saturday. Now, keep in mind, 6th through 13th would then have to go through an LCQ race on Saturday. That LCQ going to make things pretty dramatic, where these drivers in these LCQs compete in Duel 2. Essentially, to advance for the LCQ, you have to be top 14 in those races. Top 20 advance in the duels to the feature over the weekend. Remember, the race is this Sunday for the 40 drivers who get the green light to be able to take said green for the Podium 500. So as we get all set to go for today's action to get back underway here, as these drivers gather themselves together, I'd like to take the time to give a shout out to one of the presenting sponsors for tonight's action, Ruff'n Rowdy Treats. Rowdy Treats are produced with all natural ingredients with no preservatives. Ruff'n Rowdy Treats are also made in the mind of your doggies, including those with sensitive stomachs. With 8 varieties to choose from, their homemade dog treats have ingredients you can trust. To order, go to ruffin-rowdy-treats.square.site, or to make it easier, scan the QR code that you see on your screen now.
Yep, and well, I think I just got my phone out. I think the dog needs some new treats. Is scanning the QR code on screen, but as we take a look at these cars pacing here under our first caution, 4 laps into the event here, Justin, you got to think, going through the drivers' minds here, I mean, a lot of these guys have to be thinking to stay out of these wrecks. I mean, 5 or so that are without that quick repair, this is their last-ditch effort to go for it. So as far as a third lane goes, we saw them try and start it there. Didn't work out. Get our first caution. I think the third lane is going to be treacherous, and I really think these drivers should try and steer away from that as long as they can, unless, of course, you're some of the drivers at the back that feel like you need to be in go mode right now. But as they double up with only 1 to green here, I think that third lane is going to cause most of the problems as we move forward until we get towards the end of this race, Justin.
We're just about set to get back underway. I'll note those in the top 5 include Baker, Conrad, Hale, Avila, and Janczek. Then the drivers currently in the LCQ spots include Brambilla, Topley, Akers, Levi, Mills, Edinger, Monar, and Kent amongst the top 13. All drivers still in the race. So at this point, too, we've already seen where the lines have really come into play here. In turn, say you're amongst those bubble spots, how do you essentially make sure, I know it's as simple as it sounds, you make sure you don't get shuffled back quickly here?
I mean, right now, it's just stay in your lane. If you're starting on the top, hang out in the top. If you're starting on the bottom, hang out on the bottom. You're going to get shuffled around. It's a super speedway race. That's how these things work. So just stay where you're at. Stay out of the wrecks. If you see somebody driving a little crazy, maybe back off, move to the other lane. But I don't think right now making the aggressive move is going to be the choice you want if you want to stay above that bubble spot, because a lot of drivers might not go with you, and then you just fall like a rock down the middle of the field. So really just trying to stay where you're at is going to be as simple as just riding in that lane until you think everybody's ready to go, and then hammer down and see who goes with you.
So we're all set to get back underway. Baker, Conrad, once those in control. Coasting Thunder Machine looks to continue to coast up at the front of the field. Looks like Hale already looking to try and line it up with Baker for the restart zone. Green flag is out, back underway, 25 to go.
And Baker with another great restart there as they work their way across the start line, but a huge gap forming on that bottom lane, not organized at all. Baker going to move his way up to the top very quickly as that top lane about 9 cars deep working together. And the 62 machine is just falling back right now to the back of that bottom field there. As you can see, a 4-car push there up at the front of the field in the outside lane is just taking off here, Justin.
And that seems to be the trend when it comes to drivers. When they have drivers who want to run the top, that top line just continues to scoot on forward because you don't have this much side draft force really at all from outside when you can't get a car higher than the fence.
And 7 cars lined up right now on that top side, and these guys are just, they're not given any room. You can see almost the whole field now has worked their way up to the top. Like I said, staying in your lane might help you out, but if you're on that bottom that's falling to shambles right now, you need to try and get up as quick as possible. As some little swerving there towards the back of the field around William Hale and Matthew and the 14 machine as somebody either tried to get up too quickly or maybe push it in.
You see Derek Fulton just the very back there from the native esports car got shuffled forward, but right now, it's worth noting that some drivers are already at risk of losing the pack, and we've ran barely 2 laps. We've got our own on back, are losing touch with the rest of the pack currently, and that's already off a poor launch, and that can happen here with these cars. If you're at the tail end of the main pack, you can quickly lose that toe.
Yeah, with a 6-car push there, Justin, I think they might be able to push back up to the field, especially with them running the top, but they're going to have to be full wide open trying to push to get back to the field. That's granted if this bottom lane falls apart. If everybody's able to get lined up on the top throughout the whole field, they're going to be significantly faster than that group we see at the back, which it looks like, yeah, it looks like Zach York is also in that pack there in the 49 machine, so they need to get organized there at that backfield. You can see those gaps that they have in between the cars. Unless they are bumper to bumper, they're just going to continue to lose that main pack, and they're not going to gain any ground here as now they're side-by-side battling.
Yeah, in fact, Blanchard wants to go. He feels he's quicker after the faster pair. Zach York doing the same. Again, these drivers are battling for 19th. Lost about 3 seconds of the leader, at least 2 seconds to the main pack. It looks like they're just trying to resort based on the communications up in their respective pack right now. So already just about a third of the way through all this too. And you mentioned there's still the chance for them to catch up to this glob of race cars. We've seen it happen before when the glob of race cars has gotten too really, really spicy when it comes to battling when they've gone 3 wide. It hasn't happened yet.
Yeah, it has not happened yet, but I think these drivers kind of learned from what happened on lap 4. You know, somebody tried to shoot the gap there, and they just weren't ready for it. There's a lot of these guys that are expecting the field to ride right now. You're not looking for someone to shoot it 3 wide up the middle or try and squeeze a car up against the wall. So these guys, I think, in this main pack are in ride mode right now, but, you know, coming up to the completion of lap 10, I don't know if we're really going to see that for much longer coming to just a 20 to go.
Especially with how shuffly things seem to be looking amongst some of those on the bottom, and the fact that gaps are opening up on the top line. Those trying to let it breathe, like Chris Akers we see in the 4-car. William Hale, though, still committed to working that bottom of the racetrack with Topley. You mentioned Levy earlier on. He's amongst those in the Paint Scheme Designers Club. Amongst those who is many who design their own paint schemes, who works at the bottom. He has a mix of a custom look while also trying to say he wants to go fast tonight. Basically replicating Talladega Nights and, of course, Ricky Bobby.
Yeah, well, if I learned one thing from the movie Talladega Nights, is that you don't want to be Ricky Bobby when he's upside down. You want to be Ricky Bobby when he's winning races. So
yes,
I think he's trying to go for the Ricky Bobby version that we've seen is, sideways. Do they gather it up? They're still hitting there down the back straightaway, Justin.
What happened to Johnny Avila in the middle of the straightaway? That was weird. He's now got massive damage. Something weird just happened with the 63 car.
Yeah, and it looks like Leavely got forced out of that there, so he's out of the pack, and that was... I believe it was a bad push there, Justin, on the 63 machine. Just a bad push, got them all sideways, and that'll throw 2 or 3 more cars out of the pack.
Apparently, the comment over the radio is something involving air, and that set up a big change for the lead. There's that different variable we talked about. Now, Hale leading the third grouping of cars up on the top. Brent Billa looking to try and lead the bottom. No one wants to peel away the 5 from the top spot, though.
Yeah, no, I think they're just going to try and ride now. That whole pack got really disorganized during that whole shuffle. We talked about that second group maybe not being able to get back to the first group. Well, that just helped them out significantly. They closed in by about a second there. They're going to get 1 to 2 more cars entering that pack, I expect, here soon as they lose touch with the main pack. So that second pack's starting to grow a little more. But unfortunately, from what I said earlier, if everybody gets lined up on the top, it's not going to look good for them. And all but 4 to 6 cars are lined up on the top right now.
So right now on the bubble to make it directly to the duel now as a result of all that is Monar, by the way. Derek Fulton really took advantage of that because he was at the back of that main pack before, and now he's up inside the top 6. You see him in the blue 70. We talked about him previously making Road to Pro runs. How about this? The team with Nadu Esports, that actually does have some connections to Jerry Nadu because remember, some of Nadu's family members have had experience on the sim over the years. And he was amongst those who joined that camp in the past year or so for RTP this year.
Yeah, and just one thing to really help you out, especially at Super Speedway Racing, is the organization of doing RTP. You know, you have so much communication with your team and the guys you work around. It really helps you as an all-around iRacer when it comes to running anything. So you'll see a lot of those guys make more thought out and more methodical moves when it comes to this super speedway racing, because that's what they're used to week in and week out trying to run that RTP schedule. But one thing I do want to point out really quick is the 63 machine of Johnny has significant damage to that race car. The front splitter is, gosh, I would say 6 inches off of the ground right now throughout the middle of that car. And the whole right side is killed, so I don't know if he'll necessarily be able to be a pusher when it comes to the front of that. As you can see, the front of that machine is just killed there, Justin.
Yeah, it's very concave in terms of how that nose is right along the air patch and along the vents and the ducts. On the bright side, he's in the pack because if he was the lead car, that'd be a problem for the Express Esports driver. Not so much when you're riding like this. It's going to hurt him if he needs to push, though.
Yeah, and I don't think necessarily pushing. I just think if he decides to go to the bottom, as another car sliding there towards the bottom of the racetrack. These guys are getting really aggressive as we come down at the halfway point right now, Justin.
Halfway with 15 laps to go now. And already that top group continuing to try and play things out. That back grouping just indicated they want to try to rotate. Here's a look at one of the cameras. This is Carl Rotman. Well, his pet seems to be very excited in the background. Carl, not so much, because right now he's running in 20th.
Well, if the pet in the background just got some new treats, then, well, I'd be pretty excited too. But he's really deep focused in here. But if you're in that backpack, there's really nothing you can do but push as hard as you can. When the car gets hot, shifting and trying to rotate to try and get the driver with the hot car either up to the front or fall out to the back to get some space. That's really what's going to kill these guys. They're going to have to push until the absolute last minute when that temperature for the water is blinking, and then they're going to have to rotate, because if they don't get truly just bumper-to-bumper organized as we see them shift again, that's not going to work right there, Justin. They're going to have to get more organized and really push harder.
Here's the thing. Every time they've switched, they've lost a second. You know who's moving to the front, though? Justin Mills. He's getting some pushes and some help. That's Bram Billa looking to try and shove him to the lead. There are a few lead changes so far as a flurry of Fords moving to the front from the bottom.
Yeah, and the bottom line really got organized. The top line wasn't paying attention. The bottom line got organized, pushed their way up to the front, and they shoved 2 cars up to the top. I think it's really just going to be a game of leapfrog here of that bottom line getting a great push, pushing those guys up to the top, and then them riding up there. But right now, the bottom lane about -3 cars off of the motor power they got on the top. So they're going to have to reorganize, maybe get 1 or 2 more cars to make another big push towards the front. But showing that the bottom line can work if you're really going after it. As a now breakaway here, the 4-car machine getting pushed out in front of the field. So now they start to come back.
And it looks like right now, Brambilla trying to let the engine cool off. Chris Justice is now trying to get some moves done in the Micro Center car at the bottom, by the way. It's one of those who runs for a team that looks like called Delusional. That looks to get some help from Topley. And one of the drivers you mentioned specifically off the top, and Matthew Kent, he is coming through slowly but surely.
Yeah, and he's in that bottom lane. So, and it looks like all the Fords almost are on that bottom lane. I can count 5 of them out of that bottom lane, as it looks like the 70 machine drops down to the bottom again of Derek. As well, he might lose it. And sideways, huge save by the 73 machine of Lewis. That was, you don't see a save like that all the time.
That's his second or third this run in his Chevy. That was after a push from behind from Janczek into the pusher, into the pusher, into the other pusher, into the traditionary pusher. Into a lot of pushers is what I'm saying.
Yeah, that was one heck of a save by the 73 machine, and no ground lost, really. 1 car pulled back up to the top, but other than that, they've just formed their way back up, and that's some car control right there, going 200 miles an hour down the back straightaway, and you get 60 degrees sideways, and you're just battling the car back and forth. And these next gens, not historically easy to save, but they've gotten formed back up 2 by 2. The top lane still prevailing off of it. The Micro Center car still on the bottom, leading that charge. And I believe that's a 52 machine of Justice. So he's getting a big push from the 22 machine. And there goes 2 more cars up to the top lane, and 1 car stuck in the middle now.
That's Matthew Kent. He tried to form a middle line. It looks like no one wanted to go. Fulton had been one of those shuffling a bit to the middle, testing that out prior to that respective move. But with 10 laps to go, on the bubble, it's Hale for the duels. On the bubble, for their hopes in the race, Chris Akers, and some side-by-side with Craig Janczek. And this has to be the time where, if you're amongst this lead pack, you have to go. Right now, the main group, 17 cars deep. 4 of those in the main pack would be going home if things stick.
Yeah, and as you can see, the bottom lane with another huge push here. The outside lane getting sideways as a car into the wall. The 52 machine now of Justice pushing out towards the front of the field. We have a race now as the inside and the outside lane 2 by 2, and a couple drivers peeking towards the middle.
Justice having to back up a fair bit as well from that bottom line. Virginia's base driver looking to gather it back up. Topley seems to have to cool off a little bit more than anything right now with how things are shuffling. Oh, wow, that top just has that top 3 working to perfection with the 3-car tandem.
Yeah, and they've pushed out to about a car length gap now, those front 4 cars for the rest of the top lane. And as the top lane starts to suck back up and get to the rear bumper, that's going to give the bottom lane a shot. As we saw Justice lead the previous lap, he's pulling back up now, probably being 3rd or 4th now on the bottom lane when they cross the start-finish line. And these guys are getting racy. I don't see this 2-lane racing being a thing for much longer, as somebody's going to shoot it up the middle towards the back of this pack, because they don't want to be the driver going home.
Less than 8 laps to go. Here is Justice. That line continues to drop a fair bit back in the middle of the straights. Just got a bad bump from Topley, though. That nearly pushed the entire line up the racetrack. Here comes the run, and here comes the trouble. Caution flag is out. It's Andre Castro involved.
Yeah, and Matthew, too, in the 14 machine, sliding through the infield. And that just happened in the blink of an eye there. I think you just said a bad push. I think they got a bad push, and then, well, maybe not if we go back and watch the replay. I don't know if that was a bad push there, Justin.
That was right when the 3 wide was starting to form there, Ricky. So you were mentioning eventually drivers would need to go 3 wide to get the spots they needed. They tried it. Immediately brought out the caution, as we'll see that in just a moment here. Here's a look.
That looks like just as it started to end there, as we'll take a look a little bit further back, it looks like the 34 machine gets a huge run out of nowhere, shoots to the bottom. Maybe he's trying to come up and side draft the 14 to continue that run. The 14 came down a little bit. They both met in the middle. Doesn't look like a lot of damage for these guys, but what that does mean is that second pack now caught back up to the field, so now the field's going to be 24 cars strong as we hit this, well, under 5 to go restart.
So, the NASCAR Xfinity Series driver for Jesse Wuji Motorsports and the US 2000 driver involved in this caution flag. This sets up about a 5, maybe 4-lap run to the finish. If we go green from here, we've already breezed through the time, mind you. There's plenty of time on the clock. But now, there's a lot of pressure you'd have to think, and it looks like Andre Castro has elected a stop on the racetrack, and I think he's given him, yes, indeed, he's been given the EOL penalty. Cause a caution, car 34.
Oh, and that's going to be tough there. He's coming from dead last now. So inside a restart, 5 to go. You bring up the opportunity of multiple green-white checkers, 15 to be exact, your number you keep referring to. I think we might use 3 or 4 of them, but I don't know if that's quite enough time for that 34 machine to push his way back up to the front. Hopefully it is. It'll create some good racing, but it's going to be close.
So, we'll see how this gets sorted. Apparently, as well, Castro was given a passing under yellow because he stopped at the pit entry, essentially where there's the queue, per se, in the sim of where you get the pit entry dash coming into the lane for your pit road speed limit and whatnot. Apparently, there's a lot of communication trying to sort things out for the 34 car. Regardless, he's at the back of the field. It doesn't really matter, per se, unless he's got it in green flag penalty. So we'll see what gets sorted out here with that. But bigger topic at hand, can confirm 4 to go when we get back underway. Mills, the leader, the barely able racing car, looking to see if they're able to hold on for another 10 miles.
Yeah, Nash and the 23 machine rolled off in 9th, and we have 8 and 9th running right up front here, and then we get to the guys that started up. But a few cars I want to hit on really quick. Looking at the 5 machine, started from pit lane, started in the 22nd spot to begin with, but started from pit lane, nowhere near the field. We got that early caution, and now he's worked his way back up inside the top 10. He's locked in right now, Justin, and I think he's going to want more. He's going to go for it. And a lot of these drivers towards the back, I'm seeing a lot of guys that started deep in the field. They've worked their way up, so it's going to be a battle for that transfer spot, but I think we're going to see a battle for that first spot, as well as everybody wants to come home with a trophy here this evening.
And what a night it's been indeed for that utility operator for New York State. So we'll see how the 5 machine holds on with that driver being very close to the carnage point. It's going to be a wild one, to say the very least. So the 1 to go signal on the racetrack, by the way. Your front runners to regroup. Mills, Brambilla, Baker, Conrath, and Hale. Johnny Avila still dealing with nose damage, not electing to take the faster pair starting 6th. Justice, Topley, Dellamore, Wind, Edinger, Akers, and Jensek are in amongst the top 13 if things hold. That's the key word, since we're expecting a lot to shuffle here. What do you do if you are on that bubble right now, especially for the LCQ, with what we expect to come? 3 wide in chaos.
Well, I'm looking right now at that 70 car of Fulton. I think you shoot it up the middle and you see if anybody goes with you. You're outside right now. You're the outside guy looking in. You need to push and you need to go. And right now, with a restart with 4 laps to go, it's going to be pedal down, go. If somebody pulls out in front of you, they're going to get one heck of a push.
Who do you think's got the win? I will ask you this, because we've seen a couple comers and goers, but we've seen the Fords, especially. Anybody who's in a Ford seems the most sorted out.
I don't know. I'm counting on Baker right now. He's been up front inside the top 3 all race long. It's been a short race, but all race long he's been in that top 3. I think he's got a great shot to stay right in that front group. You don't want to be the guy in the lead as the rule of thumb coming to the checkered flag. I think he's in a good spot right now to take home a victory if he can continue with that consistency he's had all race.
4 laps to decide it for heat number 6. Mills controls the field at the bottom. Brambilla leads the top. The bottom with a better restart, back underway. In fact, Baker already to second, and he's already looking topside. Mills on the block.
Yeah, and Mills threw a great block there up to the top side, is still shuffling 3 wide now for 10th. As you can see, one car down the middle. That's the 5 machine I was counting on earlier. He works his way to the bottom, but that middle groove starting to form, and there they go. That's the big one here at Daytona.
Chaos reigns as Jancek already in it and out of the ballpark. Apparently, he somehow's got a DQ from that. Akers gets turned under caution, and we're already setting up for green-white checkers.
And that was definitely the announcer's curse on that one. That formed, I think, around 6th spot is when that wreck started, and everybody started shuffling, and then everyone just got involved in it. But just offhand looking at it right now, I could see 6 cars right now with damage. Some of those might not even have quick repairs.
Gonna figure out the situation for Jancek on how that was a DQ in the session. That was not race control, but we were expecting chaos 3 wide for about this spot. Well, it struck right about here at checkable clock.
Yeah, and you can see everybody just stacks up there as the field starts to move down. It looks like the 5 machine worked his way down the speedway, and there was just a car there. I mean, everything happens so fast. You're just trying to get away from where the calamity's happening, and unfortunately, in doing so, you could cause another crash. But Jancek, as I said before, a 17 incident limit, Justin. I think he's out on incidents as he's gotten the disqualification flag and says out on incidents, so no more incident points for that machine. He's completely out of the race.
I mean, that leads to the question, how hard is too hard when trying to push for a bump draft? Because it takes a lot to get a 2X on a bump draft. He was only in his 2nd incident there.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like if you're really going for it, you could get a couple of 2Xs here, Justin, and that's why I pointed out that 17 incident limit. You might think it's not a lot, and of course, guys will run a whole entire official race and hundreds of laps at a super speedway and not incident out, but when you're going for it in a 30-lap race, trying to make a transfer, you're pushing as hard as you can. I think these guys may have just not taken a look at the incidents and not really paid attention to it, and after that happening, I'm sure some of these drivers are a little nervous that might be next for them.
It's a bad break as well for Del Moore, too, because we talked about the technical issue earlier. Well, the bad news for the 5 is they already lost their fast repair, because technically what can happen if you start from pit road and get in just after the green flag, it burns a set of tires and possibly the fast repair. So the 5 machine having to get manual damage done as fast as possible to have a chance to get back into the race. By the way, on the bubble is Zach York. Remember, Zach York just about lost the draft and was a part of those, actually, who lost said draft before the cautions precautions, and now he's back in the mix.
Yeah, and that's the love of super speedway racing right there. You could go from 0 to hero in a span of 2 laps, Justin. So if those guys were in that pack, they have a shot now. If they weren't involved in that most recent crash, they have a shot, but a lot of guys don't have fast repairs. It's going to be a free-for-all here. We saw every time so far in this race, you try and shoot it 3 wide, you pay the price. So you're really going to have to get coordinated when you make the move. Hopefully 5 or 6 guys go with you rather than it just being you, because a lot of guys are getting spooked when that first car makes that move. That's what's causing most of the incidents that we're seeing. It's a great look at what we have left behind the iRacing pace car.
So only 1 driver off circuit. Incident limit is apparently the understanding. Received some notes that apparently there were reports in the sim from a couple drivers that Jancek was reporting incident points off some of the battling and the pushes. But right now it's Justin Mills who is in control and get back going. Matthew Baker 2nd. Brembilla in third. Rounding up the top 5, Conraf and Hale. Remember, 6 on 13th to the LCQ on Saturday. Ettinger stayed up there even after some of the contact and near spin several times. Johnny Avila still in the top 6. Topley, Justice, Wind still up there. But the chaos zone is Levy, Fulton, and York, with a lot of hungry drivers we've already seen close back there. First of unlimited green-white checkers starting here. Remember, if we take the white flag, it's a race to the checkered, as we've seen in Heat 1 especially, with the craziness that happened then.
Yeah, and it's going to get wild here, Justin. You have as many attempts as you want for green-white checkers. These guys, I wouldn't be surprised if you use every single one of them up. But starting on the bottom is Justice in the 52 machine in that Micro Center car. He was making that bottom lane work. A lot of guys that we see down on the bottom. The 73 machine of Lewis. We see the 62 as well. Or, my apologies, the 63 machine up on the top with the damage. There's so much going on here, and a lot of guys might be trying to line up with the people that they've seen running the best in their respective lines, and that bottom line looks really, really strong with the drivers that are lined up right there. However, again, for Johnny Avila in the 63 machine, that damage, if he moves his way down to the bottom, might cost him. So we're going to see some drivers stay where they're at, but a lot of guys are going to get lined up with the people that they know are best. And if that third lane comes up, I have a feeling, Justin, it's going to be very strong.
By the way, we have some good news for Delamore fans. He's fixed at least the meatball. Bad news. We're about to come to green. He's still on the pit road, so he needs a caution. Oh, wow. Mills controls the field to the first green-white checkered of Heat 6. We still have about 30 minutes on the clock. 5 miles to go in the race. Can we get to the white here?
I don't know, as Mills works his way up to the top of the track, Nash in the 23 stays down on the bottom as the bottom still pushing and prevailing over the top lane. Baker now a hard push into the back of the 4 machine. The outside lane bumping and grinding. His car's now dropping to the bottom quickly, and the bottom lane's on the move.
Similar to what happened last time, Castro goes underneath the old line 3 wide. All at the back of the pack right now. Things stay stable for now. The top line now finds its footing. Mills pushed out far by Baker. Conraf clears the bottom line as well. Looking to join them as Avila. Coming to the white flag this time by 3 wide at the back, just at the edge of the bubble spots. Who moves on to Saturday? Who's left out? White flag is up. Final time for Heat 6.
And the white flag waving in the air is that middle lane now trying to make it work. They don't know where to go. Pushes in the back of the field, right around the transfer spot. The 9 machine sideways. There goes the 14 again. The back of the field, hard into the wall. There's 12 cars involved.
Andre Castro jumps through the chaos. He's now inside the transfer spot. We'll check in on what happens there. Those are the drivers for 13th on back. Up at the front, drivers like Fulton and several more try and shuffle for the top 5. For the race win, though, Baker getting a push from Mills. One driver jets out. It's Fulton deep in the queue. Mills looks to hold on. Will Baker jet out? He tries it. He turns him. He turns for the race lead. Conraf steals it at the line.
And I think he might have just been close enough. Mills still gets a transfer spot. We'll see who the last one goes to. I believe it's Leavely.
Yes, he is. Because chaos at the line. And the 62 ends up getting through. Again, the result's unofficial. The 62 was a part of the massive chaos there. And there is some potential of EOL we're hearing on the radio.
Yeah, and that seemed like just hard racing there, Justin. A move to the bottom by Baker, and Mills trying to protect with a car there. I don't know how. I'm interested to see how they're going to call that there, because that was really close. Is Mills' number 20 machine, or number 4 machine rather, still stopped at the start-finish line? And I think he's hoping that he might have a shot to make it in.
And you talk about perfect location. Garrett Conraf takes advantage and then some to be able to get the Heat victory. There's a saying on social media right now with some momentum in Nexus Esports right now that Nexus is back. Well, This is part of that statement, you can say.
Yeah, I mean, I guess some would say there's the proof there. Proof in the pudding as he does his donuts there in the infield. But that was a wild end to this first heat here, Justin. I mean, the first wreck, I expected a big one, but what happened down the front straightaway, I don't think either of us could have called that one.
Right now, we're hearing review is still pending. So we'll take a bit of a break. When we come back, we'll look at the unofficial race results. Race Control currently reviewing things, as we'll take a break ourselves here on Podium Esports.
$64 drivers entered with a shot at $1,000. Driver sideways, that is Daniel Holloway at the exit of turn 4. Cars in the wall, it's checkers or records. No caution flags allowed as they wreck towards the back of the pack. Mr. McQueen, Casey Kerwin to the line. He wins the Podium 500.
Racing isn't easy, but experiencing it is. iRacing puts you in the driver's seat with the industry's leading sim racing game. Drive on laser scan replicas of the greatest racing circuits from around the world. Go head-to-head against other drivers chosen by skill-based matchmaking to ensure competitive racing at every level. Compete across all your favorite series. In officially licensed cars, engineered to deliver the most accurate driving experience possible. Join a race or host your own with players from across the globe. Race against the computer or in a league with friends. Feel the thrill behind the wheel. Visit iRacing.com.
Welcome back to Heat Race coverage for the 2024 Podium 500 here on Podium Esports. Race Control confirming that official results coming out after Heat 10. But we can tell you this for the unofficial side, that some of this will change what you'll see on screen in just the next moment or so in regards to your race results. Keep an eye on social media feeds and on the Podium Esports Discord on what the official result will be. But unofficially, we can take a look at how, at the very least, they lined up here in the next moment or so, Ricky, because Conrad takes it at the line after Baker makes contact and turns around Mills in the final straightaway. Avila finishes third, Topley, Brambilla, unofficially the top 5. Fulton's in a comfortable spot, we'll say, for that. Hale, Ettinger, Mills, and Justice in your top 10 in heat number 6.
Yeah, Castro in 11th, 12th, York, and Leavely finally snagged that last spot unofficially. As of right now, we'll see what happened as Calderon in 14th, Kent, 15th, 16th is Enkins, 17th, Wind, 18th is Valdebros Jr., 19th is the 2-car, and 20th, rounding out, is Elliott.
Once those also out, Rotman, Monar, Delamore. Delamore needed an error caution, have an error chance there. Jan Zach finishes 6 laps down, 24th, after he reached the incident limit in the field. And that already very quickly closes out the first of 5 heat races here tonight. One of the quickest heat races you'll see. Your thoughts on what we've seen in that respective heat as we get ready for the next one?
Well, we have a lot of stuff to look out for. We have that incident cap to really watch out for. We've seen it take one name so far, so we'll have to be careful on that. Of course, the quick repairs. You don't want to use them up. If you have a little damage, might be worth to just run around with it and see what happens rather than take that quick repair in case you get yourself in more trouble. But I think those green-white checkers are going to come into play in every one of these heat races we see here tonight, Justin. And whether it's 1, 2, or 15, these guys are going to have to deal with one. And if you're going to deal with one, you got to make it around to the white before the big one happens. And I'm thinking you want to stay up at the front of the field, so maybe making the moves early might help you out in the long run, not being on that bubble spot when we get to those green-white checkers.
Oh, by the way, normally we, in a lot of cases, have the chance to speak to your winner at least for the heat. The reason Garrett Conrath is unavailable is apparently his power just went out. I'm not joking. 2 minutes after the checker flag, his lights went out. So if we did get an error green-white checkered, he would have been out of the Podium 500. Talk about luck.
Hey, in super speedway racing, luck is the only thing that these races run off of. And, well, he seems like one lucky guy here this evening.
With that being said, we'll take a break. Heat number 7 on the docket. That starts in less than 15 minutes. You're watching Podium Esports.
Tonight on Podium Esports, qualifying weekend resumes for the 6th rendition of the Podium 500 with qualifying heat races number 6 through 10. The drivers that finish in places 1 through 5 go straight to the duels on Saturday, and the drivers that finish in 6th place through 13th place go straight to the last chance qualifier that is also run on Saturday morning and afternoon. And the drivers that finish 14th or lower get sent home from competing in this year's running of the Podium 500. Enjoy heat races number 6 through 10 on Podium Esports this evening. Enjoy the races.
Six down, just 4 to go. Heat 7 is on the docket as we welcome you once more to iRacing's virtual Daytona International Speedway for more coverage of the 2024 Podium 500 and its second heat night. I'm Justin Prince, alongside me in the booth once more, Ricky Springer. Christian Hill is our producer as we get set to go racing once more for 30 laps from the World Center of Racing. So far, we've seen a lot of chills and spills, especially when it comes to the middle of the pack. As we get set to go here, Ricky, once again, these drivers get queued up around the 2.5-mile circuit for the 7th time over the course of 2 days.
Yeah, and a lot of notable names here that we look at in this heat going around Daytona, the 2.5-mile speedway. 31 degrees of banking through the corners, 18 down the straights, and 3 down the back straightaway. One of the most famous tracks in the world. If you've watched anything from sports car racing, motorcycle racing, to stock car racing, you've watched a race here in real life, and we've brought it to the virtual stage for the Podium 500. Well, races here to see if you make it into the Podium 500. And after what we just saw in heat race number 6, Justin, heat race 7 is going to be nothing short of spectacular.
And in turn, as we get set to look towards the format, keep in mind, for those tuning in first time, here's a look at that format. Remember, $50 for the winner of this heat race tonight, and for all the respective heats. 30 laps, that's 75 miles. It's technically unlimited green, white checkers, but in theory, if you use more than 15, it's a long story on how you get there. It's fixed setups with one fast repair, 17 incident limit, one driver so far already reaching that here tonight. The top 5 advance directly to the duels, 6th through 13th go to the LCQs. Everyone else, you go home. Straight to home. The other home, not the Monopoly home. So, in turn, there's a lot of pressure for those in the mid-pack because, as we've already seen tonight, chaos reigns usually around 10th on back, where a lot of those drivers outside want to get back in.
Yeah, and in typical super speedway fashion, if you're running inside the top 10 on that last lap, well, you're not guaranteed anything until you go across the start-finish line from what we have seen. And some great drivers getting involved in some calamity and some crashes with that fast repair. What I brought up in the first race, that 17 incident cap, is going to be oh so important for these drivers to not only maintain their cars throughout the race, but maintain their incident points and how hard they push other drivers when they decide to make those moves towards the front of the field.
Warm-up preparations are complete, by the way. In turn, 24 drivers back in the sim and getting ready for tonight's starting grid. Again, all the respective drivers for tonight's festivities put in a lot of work to get here. And once the qualifying in the preliminaries, and in turn, we'll take a look at how they'll start for heat number 7. It's a stacked one for those who have kept an eye on who's in which ones, because Jack Mace, one of the top drivers in C-Fixed SOF competition this year, and one of its top championship runners in that McConey Setup Shop Back Series, up in front. Michael Cozy Jr., the eNASCAR driver, starts off second and will look to power ahead. He's a super speedway ace after all, with several big wins here. Alex Coffey starts off in the 3rd spot tonight. That will be in the 2nd row of our respective starting grid. He'll be alongside one of the Tabio Rossa esports machines, Edward Sanchez, amongst your top 4 here. Amongst your top 3 rows in turn, Alex Kogan will be starting off this evening in the top 5. Clock Tower Seville will be in the 6th position. His spotter has switched on through from the last heat in Johnny Avila. Of note, the father of Garrett Maines is in the next row. You'll see in row 4, Jason Maines. He'll be started alongside J.R. Miller. Routing our top 10 tonight, it's Jimmy Crawford in the 84 car. He'll be alongside Kirk Marble, who will be driving the 16 for the Michigan region.
And starting in the 11th spot, you talk about drivers in the McConey Setup Shop C-Fix Series. The man himself, Jeffrey McConey, starting in 11th. Chase Pierce in 12th position. 13th is Kenny Kuby. In the 14th position, it's Daniel Eberhardt. 15th is Ethan Mose. 16th is Johnny Shade. 17th is Tanner Sims. 18th, Tyler Hudson. 19th, Joshua Suss. And rounding out the top 20 is Jacob.
Rounding out the field its own, though, it's Tom Moreno, who will be deep in the field tonight in 21st. It's Patrick O'Toole alongside. And then rounding out the field, the Pro Trucks racer, Luke Knapp. He'll start alongside Ryan Campbell. He's the last of those on tonight's grid. So as we get set, 24 cars strong, about half the field gets in. A former Podium 500 champion also in the field. Your thoughts before we get things rolling for heat number 7?
A lot of great drivers to watch, some of them deep in the field, some of them in the mid-pack, some of them up front here, Justin. If the first race was any clue on what we were going to see here, these guys, all with their long resumes on the service, they're going to be pushing hard from the beginning because they want to be the guy that says they were dominant in one of these heat races. So we'll see what happens as 30 laps getting ready to go underway.
All set to go. Once more, it's the JRS machine of Jack Mace in control. It's Michael Cousy Jr. alongside. Green flags out. We're underway for Heat 7.
And a dead even start up at the front of the field. Cozy with a great push from Edward behind him in the 26 machine. They're going to try and push off on the top side as still dead even with top and bottom as they work their way into turn 1. Now Cozy showing a front out to the front of the field.
And keep an eye on that 99 all night. It's not just about the fanfare when it comes to Cozy Jr. Obviously, he's got that content backing, but also keep in mind, he's won here in the Firecracker 400. He's done well in the Carnomaly 500 with a victory. Then he's been a contender in races like this in multiple different series. Expect that 99 to be up at the front of the early going. Hence why Edward Sanchez trying to push him early. Mace has found a friend, though, on the inside line, and Alex Coffey.
And Alex Coffey trying to push as hard as he can now on the back bumper of that machine. Still 2x2. This is very different than what we saw in the previous heat race, as now the bottom side starts to fall away slowly. But both lanes pushing very hard is still 2x2 and a little 3-wide action there for 10th.
And in turn, already, this is not a surprise. We're already seeing some of that aggressiveness building up with Maines. That's Daniel Eberhardt trying to push him. They've had experience working together over the years, keep in mind. Eberhardt these days, amongst those who's worked with groups like The Team. And of course, Maines amongst those who has some experience amongst not just the Elite Summer Esports camp, but of course the Ryko camp of plate. Also in this field is Jeffrey McConey. He's got the VR set up. Once again, we remember, if for those who've kept an eye on some of the broadcasts of SOF races on Mondays, he's got a gold rig that entire setup is attached to on top of the VR setup.
Yeah, and I tell you what, the VR setup, as somebody who races in VR, is a true experience, especially here at these super speedways. I feel like it gives you advantage over those 3 monitors because you can turn your head and you can see those guys side by side, and you can really maximize how close you can get to somebody to side draft, where the runs are coming from. So I think he's got a slight advantage on the rest of the guys, but 3 wide throughout the whole field, Justin, right now, as the top line seems to be falling off with Cozy leading it here.
And in turn, they aren't, in fact, having the same driver want to stay content here. Ha Yi, it's time to battle like it's the last lap, I guess. They've now had 3 different drivers change the lead in the span of a lap alone. Mace is now in front of Cozy Jr., and they've been trying to block that middle run in terms of lanes. Coffey now wants to lead the top. That's a risky change, but Alex Kogan in one of the Ryko cars now getting some help on the bottom.
Yeah, and Coffee really just had a huge push up to the front of the field, took advantage of it. Now he's in front of the 07 machine of Mace and the 47 of Kogan pushing hard on the bottom. As you can see, a couple of drivers, including Eberhardt, trying to make the middle lane come to fruition again, but no help back there. Now the top lane starting to push harder and harder. We're starting to see reminiscent of what we saw before. A lot of guys getting lined up on the top. They're trying to separate themselves from that bottom line, make everybody fall in. But I think this middle lane isn't done yet. We've seen a lot of guys dive into it early, and I think that middle lane's going to come into play here just in the next couple of laps. Is now a move being made on the bottom.
And that is already been discussed a bit on the radio too here. That is a lot of lost momentum on the bottom. They do not have the numbers. Daniel Eberhardt says thank you very much. He takes mains with them. Not a shock for those who have kept an eye on the 90 over the years, because Eberhardt's made it clear with his driving style. If you leave the middle open, I'm going to go for it.
Yeah, and it looks like they just kind of put themselves to the middle there as a little side draft up towards the top. Close squeeze in there in the bottom as they're trying to go up to the front of the field. Is sideways, and there goes the one machine. Mains around. 4 cars, the 47 machine around as well, and more cars spinning into the wall.
Kogan slides up the track. We're under caution. No mandatory repairs. Somehow, Kogan gets a second hit. Tom Moreno gets the after effect. And already our first caution coming on lap 6. Jeffrey McConey amongst those coming out of the grass there. Ethan Moses also getting involved in the Daytona USA car.
Yeah, and that was that typical what we saw the first time. A bad push, get somebody a little sideways, and then you just don't have the room to go for it. And it looks like throughout the incident, a couple of guys just trying to check up for the wreck got ran through and caused them going spinning. McConey, one of them, as we'll take a look at the replay here, Justin.
And we'll go back a little bit further here. Kenny Kibbe amongst those had to go stage left and then some. Kibbe got shuffled to the back of the group. He was 18th at the time of the caution.
Yeah, and you could see right there, it just two guys going for the same piece of the racetrack. And, you know, you think a track like this is so wide. If you've ever been to Daytona in real life and just step foot on the racetrack, it's huge. But when it comes to going 200 miles an hour, 3 wide, trying to make moves, ooh, and there's a second piece of contact for that 47 machine. Ooh, that's going to be a quick repair there for him for sure. Hopefully he doesn't have to use it, but I think the rear of that car might be done until he gets it fixed. But if you ever see how wide this track is, Justin, in real life, and yeah, there's the quick repair right there, you don't understand sometimes how close these guys are racing till they're 3 wide at 200 miles an hour, inches apart, trying to side draft each other. And then you understand why we have crashes like that.
And that's why in turn we have the fast repair, right? In case there's the trouble in the heat. You don't want your race ending on lap 5 for your hopes to make it to the race. At the very least, it gives that little safety net. Now, as we continue to pace around here under caution, which reminds you tonight's action brought to you part by Ruff'n Rowdy treats. Produced with all natural ingredients with no preservatives. They are made in the mind of your doggies, including those with sensitive stomachs. With 8 varieties to choose from, their homemade dog treats have ingredients you can trust. To order, use the QR code on screen now. Go to the link down below for those watching along on YouTube, or type in ruffin-rowdy-treats-square.site to be able to learn more about Ruff'n Rowdy Treats. And in turn, as we get set to go for the restart next time by here, it's been a treat of a night so far, to say the very least, with some of the battling here. So far, this has been an exciting one in regards to all the lead changes. As a matter of fact, even though Coffey's led 5 laps, he's had to fight hard just to lead those 5.
Yeah, and we looked at him just after the start, and he's pushing somebody else up to the front of the field. Then him himself got a great push, got him up to the front of the field. Alex Coffey, who's going to point him out before the race started, really strong at super speedways. And I think that if you're trying to get into the Podium 500, you're one of those drivers that thinks you have a lot of talent at the super speedways. A lot of these guys don't think they have the talent. They know they have the talent at these super speedways, and that's what makes these races so interesting. You have people like Cozy in the field, Eberhardt in the field, Luke Knupp, who is somebody that is very good at super speedways, that just have that talent to go out there and make the correct moves at the right time. But, of course, when you have a field of 24 guys that know when to make the right move, sometimes they're making that move at the same time. That's when we get those crashes that we see oh so often, and the infamous big one that not might happen, always will happen.
And intern Coffee, the Wicked Racing League driver, being controlled for the restart coming up in those new look bodies for 2024 for the next gens. This year, Toyota and Ford changing up their body styles a fair bit in terms of the decal layout and whatnot. iRacing getting that update a couple weeks ago. What are your thoughts on how those new updates look? We mentioned the dark horse with the Fords already dominating Heat 6. The Toyotas starting to emerge up at the front.
You know, I think the Toyota just has its own distinct look. It always has. You look at the Xfinity cars in the B car that they run. It has a very distinct look. It's different than everything else, and I think they went for the same thing with the next gen. I mean, it looks different, but it's that good kind of different. It's, you look at it and you're like, it's not the same as everything else, but it's distinct. And the same with the Fords. The Fords just come out with an aggressive body style. The car looks mean when it hits the racetrack, no matter what graphics you have on it. And I think what we saw is in the first heat of the evening, we saw that aggression come to life as those drivers in those Fords really went after it. And I think it might transfer some to the driver, the aggression in the body style and the aggression inside the driver.
So again, getting all set to go. Here's a look at Coffee. You were talking about him. Or rather, this is Edward Sanchez, should say, in terms of the camera look. Typing and driving is not a good thing. That's why he's weaving a little bit towards Cozy Jr. I was talking with his team boss because I was actually working with said team boss for a broadcast last night at Race Spot TV. The quick response is trying to keep an eye on drivers in the second heat was, I hope my driver's too good. 2 minutes later, oh no, my driver's on screen and he's in the grass. What did he do? Hoping not the same tonight, in terms of luck, it seems like.
Absolutely, as we're getting ready to take the green once again with, well, 20 laps to go, and this was the point where we said go time for the last heat, and I think they were at go time from the drop of the green in this one, so we'll have to see how it goes. 20 laps to go here, Justin.
Coming up to lap 10. Green flag is out, back on our way. Good launch for Coffee. And in turn, Cozy Jr. getting some help from Eberhardt. Already, Coffee making it clear he's comfortable with the help of Mace up top side. Cozy Jr. not getting a good push quite yet on that bottom line. They're now shouting and trying to say go to the middle and pull back the bottom.
Yeah, and they're trying to get that side draft, as you might see some of these guys in the bottom lane, just like you said, start to sway their way up to the top and side draft that top lane back. But two strong pushers on the bottom right now of Cozy and Eberhardt trying to push their way up, but Coffee just getting shoved by the 07 machine of Mace and the whole rest of the field up at the top half of the track.
Keep in mind, Mace has put in a ton of work as of late on the super speedways because he's been trying to become a Pied Piper of sorts in it. We've seen it when it comes to trucks. We've seen it in a couple of leagues. If you follow along to his very active social medias, he's been trying to put in the work. He has John Jones up on the spotter stand for this one tonight.
Yeah, and really, it's huge to have a spotter in these races. The iRacing spotter will give you some basic information, but to know where the runs are coming and have some trust in somebody to trust them enough to be like, hey, there's a run coming, move up now, is huge on these super speedways as the bottom lane starting to work their way through. And one thing I do want to bring up here, Justin, the 5 machine of Luke Knupp has made himself inside the top 10. He's in 6th spot right now.
And we've seen some good speed from him, whether it's Monday Night Racing or whether it's, especially when it comes to the trucks. But now, he's already following that choo-choo train up top side. Chase Pierce is trying to get that bottom lurking, by the way, in the top hat comics car. And it looks like Mace is picking up on it. They're trying to play the lines like they're Pied Pipers and like they're Brad Keselowski up front.
Yeah, and you saw Coffee try and follow down to the bottom to Mace to try and get a little side draft there. Maybe worked a little bit, but risked himself getting thrown into the middle, or what we call the sucker hole, and getting dragged all the way to the back. But that middle group You could see Eberhardt there on the bottom lane. He's peeking up there. He's hoping that some of those cars would go with him, as now the 07 Amaze just playing the top and bottom lane.
Three-car tandem really starting to get the momentum going on the bottom of the racetrack. Already a couple laps away from the halfway point here. For the most part, it's playing out like we were expecting. Keep it calm. Try and let the race come to you, it seems, amongst the front runners, especially when it comes to a lot of the talent up front. You have to trust the pusher, though, and it looks like that's what's happening if you're the bottom after not being as comfortable to start.
Yeah, and one thing I will say is Coffee is really up underneath Mace. You could see him even in the corners really, really pushing. And that's what got Coffee up to the front, was a good push from the for the driver in front of him to get him out of the way. And then he received a good push as well. But I think if you're anybody up at the front of the field, you want that 15 car on your rear bumper to push you up. But as we see a car just flashing a little bit there up on the top line, a few cars shake around. As you could see them just snaking down the straightaway, Justin. It's kind of concerning when you're inside the car and you see drivers swaying back and forth. You don't really know if you want to go up there and side draft those guys. So we'll have to see how that plays out, if we end up with two drivers that meet in the middle, or maybe they're just trying to spook the competition and miss out on that side draft.
So now that bottom line, in turn, getting a lot of that momentum down. Amongst some of those coming up, that's Chase Pierce trying to play the top line now. He's 71 in sim, 37 on the racetrack. We've seen him in a few of the major leagues. You know who's coming up to the field? All the way from the back, 20th to 5th, it's Dudai. He's in the 94 in sim, 9 on track. He is getting up and going places.
Yeah, he's trying to move his way forward, but we see a lot of guys have lost the field here, Justin, and a little scramble happened with the few 4 or 5 cars that were way back from the field as Tom in the 8 machine works his way down pit road. 42 in sim, but Ryan Campbell is out of the field. Joshua Suss is out of the field. Patrick O'Toole is out of the field. So those last 4 cars in the running order are way, way off of the back of the pack. So really it's a 20-car pack as they go strong, and it looks like that middle lane starting to form with, well, you guessed it, oh, trouble.
Several cars in the grass. Caution flag is out. Alex Kogan is in it again. Kogan in a second straight caution. And now the field punch back up at halfway.
And I think for Kogan, that might be the end of his race there, Justin. He used his quick repair previously on the previous caution, and he pounded the inside wall right there. We'll have to go back and take a look at the replay, but I think that was, again, just 2 drivers. We kind of went a little 3 wide. They fought for the same piece of real estate. I think it's going to start right with the 03 machine and the 47 going through the tri-oval.
Take a look. Kogan was at the very back of the pack. And then this.
Yeah, right there, Justin. It just looked like the 47 machine was trying to come down a little bit, and that's that contact I was telling you about. The rear bumper cover goes sliding through turn 1 of the road course, and there's nothing you can do about situations like that. You just kind of got to hope the driver below you sees you slowly coming down the track and hoping you're clear, and that's when that time when you have an actual spotter watching the race telling you where people are comes in handy, because he can tell you if you're clear or maybe stay up, and that's just 2 drivers fighting for the same piece.
Right side, at least. He doesn't have a meatball flag, but he'll definitely have to take some time to get repairs done. Tom Morano, by the way, out of the race after that incident now. He's parked it just past the halfway point here. So with that being said, you talked about Luke Knupp coming through the field. He's 0-1-5 in sim, the 5 on the racetrack. He's amongst those already with nose damage, though. Your thoughts on what we could see from Knupp, who's been with some big teams?
Well, I mean, like I've said from the beginning here, Knupp, I think, has a really good shot at least making it into the last chance qualifier. I mean, he's ran up front ever since the start of the race. He just cut his way through the field after starting 23rd and just kind of stuck where he's at. And we saw in the first heat, as I say that, he comes down pit lane, he's getting the damage fixed. But that front end damage we saw, if you're in the pack, really isn't going to affect you a whole lot. And personally, I think when the big one happens, I don't think it's going to matter where you are in the pack, whether you're leading it or you're at the back of it. You just got to have a lot of luck and be in the right spot.
I think some of them were joking, actually, after some of the damage we've seen before when it came to the top line in Heat 6. Oh, thanks for dropping that lead on the racetrack was kind of the joke that was given, even though it didn't really impact Johnny Avila that much in the end. But right now, these drivers themselves coming up to about 11 laps on the shootout. A lot of the drivers finishing up their service or taking up the faster pairs. Amongst those down there, by the way, Ryan Campbell, he's been extremely quiet in the 51. Patrick O'Toole, Joshua Suss, amongst those out of the lane. So you have to press the urgent button pretty soon. We've seen that at 8 to go last time. In turn, what do you learn from what you've seen in the previous heats to be able to hit the urgency button without having chaos start right around exactly where you're running?
I don't know, like I said, and we saw it in the first, 10 laps of this race of a 3-wide battle and the whole pack being 3 wide. I think if you make that 3-wide move, you have to communicate and have a bunch of cars go with you so it really works and you don't have people throwing blocks that maybe won't work. You need a line to already be there ready to go, that if you just dip out of the top or dip out of the bottom, you're good to go. But this caution right here with 10 laps to go helps out a lot of people. You brought up Campbell. We might have missed something during green. There might have been a little scuffle that a couple of guys lost the field. He was among those. So was Joshua Suss and O'Toole falling out of the field, and they've made their way back up now inside of the field, and they're going to push for everything they got. So a lot of great drivers in this race, but sometimes talent can only take you as far as the machinery you're driving, and these drivers pushing the cars for all that they have, and sometimes you get pushed over the cars limit rather than the talent limit. With 10 laps to go almost when we take the green flag, these drivers are pushing all the talent and the capabilities of these race cars.
By the way, just received word the EOL penalty in sim now given to car 47, Alex Kogan, on top of having to get repairs done at the start at the tail end for the restart here. Now it's Chase Pierce, the virtual racer on the short track side, who's up in front at a super speedway. It's Coffee next. Then it's Edward Sanchez in third. In fourth is Tyler Seville. Jack Mace inside the top 5. Then the drivers currently in LCQ spots: Cozy Jr., Miller, Eberhardt, Dudai, Marble, Shade, Harrison, and Jason Maines is back in the conversation after being involved in that first caution of the race. The first out, Tanner Sims. He's in car 9 and looking to try and find a way quickly up to the front.
Yeah, and what we saw in heat race number 6 at the beginning of the evening is that if you're on that bubble spot, anything can happen. You could be a driver that has lost the pack before we come to the white flag, and you might still have a shot at making it in. So these guys, not only right on that bubble spot, but all the way back to 23rd spot, the last car on the track, are going to need to stay in it if they want to make it. So we're going to see a lot of guys try and play it safe, but some of these guys at the back that are looking out, they're going to try and push their way up to the front of the field. That might cause something like similar to what we saw in Heat 6.
So it's Ford, Toyota, Chevy amongst your top 3 manufacturers. 11 laps to go here from Daytona. Green flag is out, back on her way. A clean launch on the bottom. Pierce trying to figure out what line to go. He chooses question mark for a moment. Now the top.
Yeah, and I think that was more he got pushed up to the top by Sanchez there, as now they are trying to work their way on the bottom to try and keep with the top lane, but the top lane is about 20 cars strong, and the bottom has about 5 as they work their way down the back straightaway, still battling hard. That green machine on the bottom, trying to work his way as smoke being flamed now down the back straightaway as they're 3 wide for 5th.
That's amongst those moving forward. Jason Maines, he's already taken it 3 wide and right behind Mace. Mace now trying to block. Now it's Daniel Eberhardt coming up to make it 3 wide up the middle. And it's pretty clear he and Maines hooked up and are wanting to both go here. The top 5 continue to ride up on the top. And now Eberhard having to regroup. Kibbe breaking them up. In turn, Mace is all the way back to the edge of the top 10.
Yeah, Mace almost got turned there. That was really sketchy as they worked their way into turn 1. Had a little tap on the right rear as now Eberhard comes down to the bottom. He's going to lead the bottom lane as they work their way down the back straightaway. But still Pierce up on the top. He's going to drop to the bottom. And Eberhard shooting it through the middle.
Nobody wanted to work with Pierce, and that's because he's got a black flag. Chase Pierce, black flag. Drive-through penalty is ward for a lane change at the start and finish line. We've seen him in the middle at the time of the start and finish line. Race Control has awarded the 71 a penalty, down with under 9 laps to go.
And that's heartbreak right there. If we don't get another caution, he has pretty much punched his ticket to going home and loading the car back up in the truck. But somebody that's good for is Daniel Eberhard, as he got really lucky with him not having to come up into the middle and just being able to drive around him, as now we see Eberhard leading that pack. Mace pushing right behind him, and Coffee. 3 strong cars now leading that top lane, as Cozy just a few spots behind them in 6th, and we have to go all the way back to 8th before we can see the first cars on the bottom trying to work their way up towards the front.
Now Main's trying to aggressively use side draft. He doesn't have any help to push him. Contact into the wall goes Tanner Sims. He gets shoved forward again. A slide into McConey, and a slide on the apron for the caution.
Huge props to those guys right there, Justin. That could have been huge right there. That could have been a massive wreck. That was a great save by Tanner Sims to not take out the whole entire field right there. He was all sorts of backwards and sideways and somehow kept that car off of everyone else around him. And, well, we end up with nobody getting any damage, and it looks like just a couple of cars sideways.
So in turn, that rebunches up the field. That is a massive break when it comes to the chances for Chase Pierce. Luke Knupp is now out of the race. He's pulled out all of a sudden. Tanner Sims, EOL penalty. So, a lot happening here with this caution flag period. So, in turn, the pressure's absolutely on.
Oh, yeah, it's now or never for these guys. As take a look at the replay here momentarily. And there it is. You'd see the 2 machine up into the wall and just tags the 45 right there of Harrison, and then he's just back and forth, sawing at the wheel, keeps it off of everybody, and then you could see him beach himself here in Daytona Beach, trying to get back up on the racetrack, gets stuck in between the banking and the transition right there, and he's able to get out of it. But I don't know, I might want some new tires on that thing if I'm him.
I mean, he still got it going. Give him that. But again, the reason for the OL, he did bounce around a bit even before the wall squeeze, apparently, is the rationing, and we've seen that a little bit on the replay at the start of the tail. Now, the interesting is seeing the 015 but Knupp back out. Keep in mind, Luke Knupp did pick up front nose damage at the time of the caution flag in the checkup effect. That seems to be the reason he parked it down. So, you know who's the leader with all this? How about Daniel Eberhard? No surprise, the super speedway ace is up at the front.
Yeah, Daniel Eberhard has been making awesome moves throughout the field. If he sees a gap, he's going to go for it. And you said that before the race started, and now I've been seeing it happen. He is just making those moves time after time at the right moment. But somebody to watch out for here as we come inside a restart with 5 laps to go is going to be Chase Pierce in the number 71 machine. Lane change before the start-finish line, got EOL. They had to do a drive-through penalty under green. Now he's back inside the field, restarting 19th. So he's going to be just right near that bubble spot, relatively speaking, at a super speedway to maybe punch his ticket into an LCQ. I don't think he's going to get to the top 5, but if anybody's going to do it, I think it's going to be Pierce.
In turn, give credit to Jack Mace. Let's take a look at an onboard, because there is somebody with the last name Moses in the field. So wouldn't it be very fitting for a Moses moment to happen to the driver? Oh, looky here. I believe we have that Moses moment, and it's not the pace car. We'll try this again. 2-car in sim, I should say. 00 is the paint scheme. Let's take a look at this one more time, because this is Tanner Sims. You see, this is the reason here with the bubble. Right here. And then Moses.
Yeah, that was a parting of the Red Sea right there, or maybe brown, whatever way you look at it.
Well, you definitely don't want to be in the Brown Sea, but that was very close. But still, that got him to 16th. And amongst those just out of the range of inside the transfer spots, he's on the outside for the restart.
Yeah, that outside lane, I think, is going to be very important. I mean, we just take a look at, you have to think Eberhardt is going to get a great restart. He's going to shoot up to the top. Along those on the top is Mace. We have Tyler in the 11 machine, Marble in the 16, Sanchez in the 26. That outside lane is a bunch of guys that we've talked about the whole entire race up at the top side of the racetrack. They're going to be pushing for everything they've got. If anybody wants to get up, I feel like that gap isn't really going to be there for them to move up to the top. I think we're going to see these lanes go for a lap or two before the shuffling starts to happen, and a middle lane is going to have to form for these drivers to be able to advance their position out of the lane they're in.
So with Super Speedway ace and one-time Podium 500 winner Daniel Eberhardt at the front, 16-year-old Jack Mace racing late into the night. The Scottish driver starts second. Alex Coffey, he starts third. Tyler Seville very quietly has been able to hunt his way into the top 5. Michael Cozy Jr. on the bubble to make it through directly to the duels. Then you have Marble, Shade, Sanchez, along with Maines, Miller, Kibbe, Dudai, and Crawford is on the bubble. Remember, Jimmy Crawford had to go basically to pit road just about to dodge one of the incidents earlier. And now he's on said bubble spot. This is about to get crazy for 4 laps.
It's, I think crazy would be an understatement. I think we pull out the thesaurus and we find out another word that really has some exclamation marks at the end of it, because this is going to be a wild finish to heat number 7. And I just don't know. I would like to put my money on somebody to get the job done here, but a lot of strong cars up at the front, Justin. I don't know who's going to do it.
It can go a lot of different ways. We've seen being able to play defense being a critical part of tonight. Green flag is out. 4 laps to go. Mace. And we're wrecking at the start and finish line. It's Coffey getting turned. There goes Seville. And Crawford somehow avoided the wall.
And that was really close. Cozy involved, too. He got a little bit of damage off of that one. I don't know what happened there. Either, I don't think anybody spun the tires. I think they just started jostling as soon as they got across the line there.
And apparently, we've had one driver reach the incident limit. Jeff McConey has reached the incident limit. So, wow, that was a wild restart. I'll just say that first of all. The replay is going to be very intriguing and scintillating. Let's look.
As we ride on board there for a brief moment with Michael Cozy, so we'll take a look. I don't really know where this action starts. Oh, it seems like Cozy got up into the 11 machine that turned Coffey to the outside.
And he's been given cause of caution for that. Look at Crawford. Wow.
I think we need to get an onboard of that car. That was mere inches, pieces of paper. Crawford is, as he just barely missed the end of pit lane wall there. That was close.
Now, just take a listen to this for a second. How?
You know, Justin, you remember I said you need a lot of luck for these races? I think that's all the luck he had left. I think there's no more luck in that 84 machine. I think he used all of it up to miss that pit lane wall right there.
Now, I just received a note, by the way. Apparently, some of those incident points came apparently for under caution for McConey. So very curious on what happened for some of the touching for the 03. And as expected, drivers like Cozy coming down. Now, there's apparently a drive-through penalty coming forward pretty soon here. It's the 26 hearing may pretty soon get that word because Edward Sanchez apparently changed lanes before the start and finish line in that, or right before that.
Now I'm curious to know if that was an avoidance of the wreck or how that worked there. As I'm just going back on my own here, taking. Oh yeah, that was huge. I think he's definitely going to get the EOL there.
We're going to have to see if we can with the 26 car because remember, the 26 started on the bottom in the top 9. And if you remember the replay, it was on the top. By the time the start and finish line, there are some of the drivers already coming out of the pit lane, taking some service there and get some repairs done. And as mentioned, Sanchez will have to let a lot of those same cars by because of the changing lanes coming to the green flag.
Yeah, and I mean, just looking at the back of the field right here, we're going to have Cozy, Coffey, Kogan, Pierce, Sims, Campbell, a bunch of great drivers stacked up at the back of the field on the outside looking in for that final spot to go to the LCQs.
So some big names going to be at the very back here. The drivers out include McConey, Canup, Morano. Seville will start back in 20th position. Cozy Jr. 21st here. I think the driver to watch could be that 99 because he's going to be pushing hard and doing, well, Michael Cozy Jr. things. After all, they put freshies on it.
Yeah, I don't know if the tires are necessarily going to be the full key to coming out with a victory here, but, you know, I personally think it's going to come down to who you've got behind you. I mean, Cozy is going to need a huge push, and, well, actually, he's starting at the back of the field with the EOL, so he's going to need to give somebody a huge push to try and have even the slightest chance to get there, but as we get going here, looks like we're going overtime again, Justin.
Unlimited green-white checkers, remember, in session. You have to take the white flag for the race to be straight up to the checkered. If you get a caution before the white flag in the sim, that means we'll do it again and again and again until we get that white flag taken by the field. Remember, in terms of time, we have less than 30 minutes remaining in the session, so not expecting that to be the factor unless we get to the elusive number 15 we've seen from earlier.
I will tell you one thing, Justin. I think if we get to elusive the number 15 here, we might not have any cars left. So I think we stick around towards maybe 2 or 3, and then we could see a battle for that transfer spot.
So, just about set to go for the restart. Again, the top 5 has really changed here with all the incidents. Eberhardt, Mace, Marble, Maines, and Shade are in your top 5 to try and battle it out to make it in the duels. Miller, the first one out, but Curley in LCQ positioning. Kibbe, Dudai, O'Toole, Harrison, Moses, Suss, Campbell are inside the transfer spots. Tanner Sims, who had an EOL penalty last caution, is back to 14th already. Chase Pierce, who's already had to serve a drive-through for a lane change, is back to 15th. Kogan, despite being in the wall twice, is back to 16th. And Jimmy Crawford will be amongst those lineup behind Coffey. We're back on our way. 2 laps to go on the board. Can they get to the white flag? And who advances is the big question from there.
Yeah, and Eberhardt with a great restart. He's going to pull Marble with him, but he's going to stay on the bottom. As now the bottom lane trying to get formed. The top still moving strong as now cars jostling the 14 to the middle.
And already trying to play some lines up the middle. Here goes Kibbe. He tries to push Marble. Marble trying to get some gas into it. They don't have too much help. Into the wall and making the pass is Dudai.
And this is getting really racy. As you can see now, the 16 drops back down to the bottom of Marble. There's still 3 wide there for about 9th position. That's still around that transfer spot. The leader is Eberhard as he works his way through the tri-oval this time. We will get the white flag. We're going to have 1 to go here at Daytona.
DeVille and Cozy Jr. have lost the draft. It's down to about 18 cars in the main pack. Who makes it is the question. Already, most of the field trying to play safety on the top line. Kibbe looking to try and charge. One driver is up in the wall. It's Joshua Suss for the transfer. Marble passes him. Kogan has no help as he gets passed by Marble. Everybody trying to move and shuffle quickly as they come to the checkered.
And as they're about to be 3 wide for the transfer spot, cars on the apron, the 16 now down all the way as they're still 3 wide, and a race for the lead is now happening as Eberhard down to the bottom.
Here comes the pass up for the front. Mace looking for an edge. Maines gives him the push. Jack Mace takes heat 7 as it's 4 and 5 wide behind him.
And a huge wreck. That's the whole field behind them. And I think it's Joshua Suss. And the number 20 machine comes home. And the 13th spot, he'll be the last transfer. And that puts a lot of good drivers out. But Alex Coffey from the back to the front makes it in as well in 11th.
And Suss mentioned there'd be a joke eventually somewhere on him being Dr. Seuss. Well, didn't need to make that joke, but he is in the LCQ, unofficially at least, with the running order here. What a finish, indeed. It was 4-5 wide for the top 5 to top 10.
Yeah, that was super close all the way to the end. Suss almost threw it away in turn 1. As he got into the wall, got passed by 3 or 4 cars, and in what happened going into the tri-oval, he made it in, but Jack Mace ran a phenomenal race. Started on the pole and brings it home on the pole, and, well, you can't ask for anything better than that, and plus $50 in your pocket.
Wouldn't be surprised to eventually see him in the Coke Series the next 5 to 10 years. The 16-year-old gets it done in Heat 7. And he's amongst those. Moving on directly to the duels on Saturday. Take a quick step aside, speak with him, and look at the unofficial race results. Just a few moments. You're watching the Podium 500 Heats. Night 2 continues after this. Welcome back, everyone, to tonight's coverage of the Podium 500. It's second night of heats. It's Jack Mace who unofficially takes heat number 7. Let's get towards the race results here. Break down who's amongst those 13 that move on, unofficially at least, to Saturday. Mace, of course, started from the pole in this one, and in turn, got a big push from Maines to get the win. Miller finished second. He started 8th originally. Maines in third. Eberhard do die. The top 5, they're on directly to the duels, pending race reviews. Chase Pierce finishes 6th. Harrison and Kibbe amongst the top 8. And what a recovery from Campbell from being extremely quiet. We were talking about Ricky. He finishes 9th in front of Tanner Sims.
Yeah, and 11th, still making the transfer. Alex Coffey with a huge run at the end of that heat race to make himself in. Kirk Marble in the 16 machine comes in 12th. And the man that, well, we don't have to make the Dr. Seuss joke, but I wanted to. Joshua Suss brings it home in that last transfer spot. Now going through the drivers that unfortunately have to make the long ride home to North Carolina. Patrick O'Toole, Ethan Moses. 16th is Alex Kogan, was so fast. The number 5 of Johnny Shade. And 17th, 18th is Tyler in the number 11 machine. Michael Cozy Jr., unfortunately, in 19th, does not make it in. Jimmy Crawford, 20th. Edward Sanchez, 21st. Jeffrey McConey, who incidented out of this race, did not get to finish, 6 laps down. 23rd, Luke Canup, 10 laps down. And then Tom in the number 8 machine brings it home. Last car, 18 laps down.
So with that being said, there's still 3 more heats on the docket. Your thoughts about what we just seen for heat number 7, where a lot of heavy hitters were in this race, and it showed.
I think it showed, but it showed in the best of worst ways, if that makes sense. You have a lot of guys that, again, know the moves that they need to make and when they need to make them. And I think that the incidents that we saw were those drivers that knew they had to make the move, but they tried to make it at the same time, and that's why we saw cars getting together. But a lot of big names didn't make the race, but a lot of big names made it in. A lot of young talent, and a lot of veteran drivers going to get a chance to race their way in through the LCQs into the Podium 500.
With that being said, we'll take a quick break. Heat 8 coming up after this.
$264 drivers entered with a shot at $1,000. Driver sideways, that is Daniel Holloway at the exit of turn 4. Cars in the wall, it's checkers or records. No caution flags allowed as they wreck towards the back of the pack. Mr. McQueen, Casey Kerwin to the line. He wins the Podium 500.
Racing isn't easy, but experiencing it is. iRacing puts you in the driver's seat with the industry's leading sim racing game. Drive on laser scan replicas of the greatest racing circuits from around the world. Go head-to-head against other drivers chosen by skill-based matchmaking to ensure competitive racing at every level. Compete across all your favorite series. In officially licensed cars engineered to deliver the most accurate driving experience possible. Join a race or host your own with players from across the globe. Race against the computer or in a league with friends. Feel the thrill behind the wheel. Visit iRacing.com.
Tonight on Podium Esports, qualifying weekend resumes for the 6th rendition of the Podium 500 with qualifying heat races number 6 through 10. The drivers that finish in places 1 through 5 go straight to the duels on Saturday, and the drivers that finish in 6th place through 13th place go straight to the last chance qualifier that is also run on Saturday morning and afternoon. And the drivers that finish 14th or lower get sent home from competing in this year's running of the Podium 500. Enjoy heat races number 6 through 10 on Podium Esports this evening. Enjoy the races.
Welcome back once more to Daytona as we get set for heat number 8. What's been a busy night for the 2024 edition of the Podium 500 and its second night of heat races here on Podium Esports. I'm Justin Prince. Alongside me is Ricky Springer, Christian Hill, our producer, as we continue along with our coverage here from Daytona. And in turn, we've seen a lot happen, to say the very least, along the 2.5 miles facility here in Daytona. The pressure absolutely on for many more drivers, as this could be one of our most stacked fields yet, with several eNASCAR drivers and several of their builders in the same field.
Absolutely, and with one stacked heat of talent in Heat 7 to another. This is going to be a great race, and we have a lot of great talent like what we saw before. But these drivers going to go hard for that transfer spot. We saw a lot of issues with the guys going forward as we take a look at the track facts here at Daytona International Speedway. 31 degrees of banking in the corners, 18 degrees down the front, 3 degrees down the back straightaway. This track is one of the most famous tracks in the world. And for these drivers to have a chance at running in the Podium 500, they first got to finish at least in the top 13 to have their second chance in the LCQs. And then, if they want the quick way in, they got to finish in the top 5 here, Justin.
See that in full detail in just a moment here, but keep in mind, we've seen a lot of drivers when it comes to the heats really want that $50, obviously, because when it comes to Daytona, a lot of variables can happen, yes. But at the same time, $50 pays for a lot of food, or pays for a lot of anything in many cases. What would you do if you're in the case to win $50 in one of these heat races and you knew that it was simple? You're $50 richer or you're not.
Well, Justin, in pure honesty, I think we'd see an issue what happened, what we saw in heat race number 6. I think I'm going for it regardless of what the situation is, but a couple key points to point out here while we're taking a look at the format. 17 incident limit. I've said it in the first two. I'll say it again. We had 2 drivers, one in each heat so far this evening, get incident pointed out of the race. If you get too many incidents or at 17 or above the limit, you will get a disqualification from the race. You're completely out. And then that one fast repair that you get, if you get involved in the first big one and you use that fast repair, you better be very, very careful that you're not a victim of that second big one if there were to be one to happen.
And remember, there is post-race reviews at the conclusion of Heat 10. The results will be looked at to see if everything is fully locked in. We had a couple shuffles, keep in mind, those who kept along with Podium Esports social medias in terms of those running orders for Saturday. Now, in regards to who's in this field, Dalton Malam, who's been with a lot of big organizations over the years. He's with Lockdown this year. He's currently amongst the drivers to keep an eye on. Brandon Hastings is someone to keep an eye on. You also throw into the mix of drivers who were scheduled to start, but who have not made it to the track. An interesting note, in regards to this respective heat, Casey Kerwin was scheduled to be in heat number 8. He did not make it in time, it appears, to be able to make it to the starting grid. He is not on the grid that's getting set to go here. And a couple others are in the same boat, surprisingly.
Yeah, we'll have to see what exactly what happens with the running order here. Is a couple of drivers going to be shuffled around with a few not showing up, but Casey Kerwin not showing up, that's a relief to some, but if you were planning on working with him, well, you're shaking now because you don't have a partner.
Apparently, they shuffled it to him in Heat 9, is now we're being told. So, here's who is in this heat. We can tell you this. amongst the drivers that are getting sorted out and ready to go here tonight. Let's look at the starting grid. With that being said, it's Vicente Guerrero who will be getting ready to lead the field for tonight. Matthew Lee just spotted for his teammates in the last race. He's in the Moonlight Speed Concepts car in second. Then it's Jeff Merck. He made a bold play early on in the race for tonight's coverage. The driver in row 2 inside line in the 60 car said, "You're looking at the winner here. Can he live up to that hype?" Brian Knoll will start on the side. Next row, it's Jaden Carter in the 7, and Mark Math looks to add his numbers to victory lane. Then it's Kenny Reel who will start off in row number 4. He'll start alongside the mentioned Lockdown Racing car Milan. Rounding up the top 10 for this evening, it is Smimeta who will start off in 9th. Michael Lark starts off for the top 10.
And in 11th, it's Dustin Shepard in the 9 machine 12th. Followed closely behind is David Robinson. In the 13th spot, that last car guaranteed in, is Dan in the number 2 machine. In 14th, it's Lane Husler. 15th, it is George Jeswell. In 16th, it is the 111 machine of Jills. And 17th, it is Brandon Hastings. 18th is Dustin Longston. 19th is Rob in the number 17 machine. And rounding out the top 20 is Dylan Simon in the 21.
In terms of the rest of the order here, it's Jared Bolliard, Brian Baker, who will start at the tail, just 22 in this respective heat with the late shuffling in terms of a couple of the running orders and grids and availabilities for the upcoming heats 9 and 10. Who do you keep an eye on the most here? Because there are some solid drivers here, especially with drivers like Robinson, Lee. You can throw in especially Milam.
Yeah, I'm taking a good look at the 77 machine, though, of Brian Knoll in the 4th spot. Starting in a great spot up at the top. We've seen the top so important through not only this evening's heat races, but the previous nights. So I think him starting up there is going to be a good shot at pushing up towards the front of the field and hopefully staying there.
So we're just about set to go here. It's Vicente Guerrero in control. Green, green, green. Let's go racing for Heat 8.
And a great start by the front 2 as they stay 2 by 2. Matthew and the 16 car both side by side as they work their way into turn 1 in the inside and outside lane, pushing really hard, about 5 cars deep as they stay in line. Knoll now trying to give a big push to the 16 machine to hopefully push his way out to the front.
Very quickly here in the midst of all this, a lot of drivers getting squallied back, including a couple drivers electing to play it patient, drop back and fast. Samantha amongst those. Rob Carl amongst those also dropping back at the very tail. And in turn, there's not a lot of momentum at the top because it looks like not a lot of cars want to work with each other early.
Yeah, and we're seeing a lot of cars on the bottom, but 4 or 5 cars now, Justin, have started to separate themselves back of this lead pack, and I don't know if they're doing that purposely or possibly just losing touch with that front pack, but the top lane really has not gathered a lot of I guess, interest here so far, as just the same amount top and bottom as the way we started in the bottom lane, just sticking around that 4th spot in line with the top.
Already in turn, that bottom line led by Milam. We'll note there are technical issues you see for the 60 machine. That can make things a little bit sketchy there. He's a part of that 3-car tandem, and all it takes is one bad timing, and that could be trouble. The reason I mention it is, this is Daytona. That can be a bad thing at this track.
I mean, really, Justin, it could be a bad thing anywhere, but especially here. You're running so close, you're trying to push the guy in front of you. Just one little technical error could send you, well, across somebody's nose at 200 miles an hour, and I think we've seen so far this evening, really anytime you've covered a super speedway race, 200 and sideways doesn't always end well.
By the way, up at the front still is Matthew Lee. He's been a long-time sim racer on the platform with a lot of different groupings. Right now, he's amongst those trying to see if he can drive himself into the field, trying to help his drivers before. In terms of those you see on screen working their way forward, Robertson should say, Amongst those who's worked with a lot of groups, especially low-line racing comes to mind. These days with ESC, he's in the Elliott Sauber throwback tonight, in fact.
Yeah, and low line, but he's on the top line here, and I think that top line is really just riding right now. There's nobody pushing up on that top line, maybe a half a car length to a full car length, separating everybody on the top, just really taking it easy, but that's causing that bottom lane, led by that blue car you see there, the 34 machine, to start moving their way slowly forward as Dalton now making that push to try and get up to the front.
He's not getting any bump draft in him at all, though. And that leads to, obviously, the question, what do you do to basically, outside of saying on the radio, I'd like you to push me, to kind of signal you need to push if you want that bottom to move?
I mean, plain and simple, Justin, you come over the radio and you say, hey, guys, let's go. And I think everybody on the bottom will understand, hey, it's go time. But right now, 5 laps in, I think this is the most tame heat race we've seen so far this evening. The top and bottom lanes just kind of riding around and just playing out the laps. You know, we have those green-white checkered attempts. You know it's an option when you get late in the race to have multiple, maybe even 15, the key number, as many of those as you need. So I think these guys are trying to take it easy as we see some side drafting now from the top lane down to the bottom, maybe trying to pull them backwards, but still no moves up to the top or bottom from either lane.
Looks like that bottom line starting to really get that momentum. Malam now up front. A little bit of a bouncy moment. Apparently the 77 had to shove Lee forward, he just said on the radio, because he was about to blow up.
Oh, and that's something that we haven't really, I guess, had an issue with, is there's the first car to go up to the top. And I believe that shuffles the 77 out as, yeah, they're 3 wide, and into the wall goes the 199 machine of Mark Math. But something that we haven't really seen a whole lot of is cars overheating. We haven't seen that so far because we haven't had, I guess, enough guys not jostling for position and giving enough room. But, you know, that's something that we need to watch out for, especially in this heat with these guys racing so tamely right now.
Noel did get some luck, though. He did get a lot of space with the help of Robertson. But look who's up front. The Babe Ruth of the field. Mark is leading that outside line. Well, give him credit. He's got a lot of confidence in that 60 car, and everybody just stopped helping him.
Yeah, and it looks like just a big disperse there. Somebody tried to make it 3 wide as, a door and a car way down onto the apron. That's the 21 machine of Salmon, it looks like, as he works his way back up onto the racetrack, still on the apron going through turns 3 and 4, and he finally works his way back up onto the speedway.
That's going to be a lot of lost time as a result there. That is Zippy, and he's one of the podium commentators we've seen in recent months. And Daniel Salmon has a broken axle. He'll have to come in under green for a fast repair.
Yeah, and that's going to kill this race for him if we don't get a caution with how close everybody's racing. I mean, nobody's really pushing too terribly hard. As I say that, they start jostling. But, you know, if there's not a caution here before we get to the end, his chances are pretty much toast. But if we follow the trend from what we've seen from the first 2 races, I have a feeling a caution's coming here in the next 5 or 6 laps.
Backs have broken up here, mind you, as a result of that 16th on back. Amongst those trying to keep up and quickly here, 17th on back have already lost said draft. That bottom line being led, though, by Jaden Carter. His Woo Sox machine going woo-woo by being the leader up front with the help of Dan Genjamin.
Yeah, and Dan there on the bottom, not really pushing too terribly hard. Mark Math, again, has worked his way to the bottom, and nobody is really just giving any pushes. It seems like the top or the bottom, they're keeping some space. And now the outside lane starts to push, and you can see the run that they're building on the top just by getting bumpers locked. And I think the bottom's a little too late with trying to get close, as 3 cars in a pushing battle on the top.
And a lot of drivers obviously trusting that 34 machine in Milan. That's not a surprise, not just because the team he's with, but with the trouble! Contact for the caution! Our first yellow flag. Matthew Lee avoids the wall. Guerrero gets turned around. And already a huge amount of damage to the 2 car.
And I believe Lane, or possibly, I don't know what the green machine, it's Genjamin, Dan, We were just talking about him in the 2 machine, and the front bumper, as he works his way, oh, there it goes. It finally slid off the car into the outside wall. There's no front bumper now, but as you can see, that right front wheel, if you're not familiar with a stock car, both of them are supposed to turn at the same time.
And this replay is going to be very scintillating because here's a look. Hard on the wall goes the green machine, and there goes everybody else.
You know, Justin, looking at that right there, I believe he avoided the wall on the bottom. I don't think he made contact there. We'll have to take a look. Looks like Mark Math gets into the back of Genderman in the 13. He works his way up to the top. And does he hit it? I don't really know if he hit it there, Justin. That was really close. It doesn't look like there's any damage on the left side.
He avoided the wall. Matthew Lee just had a tie now in turn for the best save of the night so far. That's our second driver who's had to Tokyo drift to avoid significant contact.
Yeah, and both of them have been with that pit wall on the inside. So I think the pit wall is being nice to people so far. I don't know exactly how that's going to transfer on to the LCQs and maybe the duels way later on, but I'm going to say right now that inside wall is not going to be very nice the rest of the week of Podium 500 competition.
And just been handed a postal note that says Genjinin was involved in the incident. As the pronunciation, he's got a broken axle and a couple drivers taking fast repairs as to be expected. The EOL penalty is for Mark Math as a result of the contact for the caution. You know, the funny thing is, I think I heard him say on the radio, how'd I get a 4X? I didn't hit anybody. Replay says otherwise, right? Am I wrong?
I think he hit somebody. I'm going to go out on a limb and say maybe there was some contact. No, not guaranteed, but maybe, just maybe.
I think Mark Math is trying very hard to say that it wasn't him, but it absolutely was him. I'll give him credit, though. He's trying hard, but he will have to go to the back.
He's stuck to his plan. He's fully stuck to what he believes, and that's a lot. Unfortunately, his car is chrome, so I don't see any other chrome cars. So I think he's the only culprit here, unfortunately.
Yeah, are you sure it's not my evil twin's car? What evil twin? The one right there. What over there? Over there.
I keep seeing him out of the front windshield. I can only see the hood of his car, but I see him. He's there.
So up front, it's Malam and Real, Merck, Carter, and now Noel in the top 5. And you mentioned the 77 you're keeping an eye on off the top. An interesting one to keep an eye on because he had the overheating issues earlier. But he's also been racing in these types of races for a long time. How far back are we talking about? Have you ever heard of the Inside Sim Racing.tv 200? In 2012, he was 12 years old and signed up for that. It's been 12 years since 2012.
Well, I guess that's one way to say somebody's dedicated to their craft. I don't know if we age him off of that, but I think we say he's dedicated to the craft. You know, I think the 77 machine has a real good shot here. Was able to avoid that wreck narrowly, but got around it, and now we're kind of seeing same thing reminiscent of what we saw in Heat 6 at the beginning of the evening, of the drivers up front kind of staying clean, and drivers towards the mid-pack dancing right around that bubble spot are kind of getting a little bit more risky with the moves they're making.
So with the one-to-go signal, Robertson is the first currently in the LCQ spots. George Jewell, you have Shepard, you have Bolliard, Lark, Chatelaine, Hoser, and Samantana, I should say, in the 13th position. A couple drivers, wouldn't be surprised to keep moving quickly. We talked about Brandon Hastings is in this field. One of his drivers from Team Conti, Rob Carl, is in the next spot. I expect them to really link up and fast here because, well, you have Hastings, who's a part of the main core. You have Carl, who obviously wants to work with the team boss, per se, or at least the most with seniority in this field for his team.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's easy enough to link up with somebody that you want to work with and that'll work well with you, but it's another story to get the other, 20 drivers to come with you. So I think they're going to hook up. They're going to get in a good spot, but it's really just trying to organize the fellows around you, trying to get that middle lane, if you want the middle lane, or trying to get the very outside to work. You're going to need more than 2, 3, 4, even 5 cars.
Lap 13 coming up. Lamb in control this time. He has one of the drivers from the OBRL right behind him, and Mark on the push. Back on her way. Real trying to get some pushes from the 7. No pushes going, but Merck is going, and he's going quickly to the outside to block off Real.
And so does Dalton as he moves up to the outside too. So 2 of the cars that started on the bottom lane going to work their way up. Now Dalton back down to the bottom. He's trying to protect the lanes possibly. So we'll see if it makes a move back up to the top, stays down in front of the 77. And they're going to try and push their way through the bottom to stay with the top. But what we've seen historically through these heat races here is that outside lane is going to prevail after 1 to 2 laps at the maximum 3. That outside lane's going to start to move as now some side drafting going on between the top 2.
And Merck indeed wants to control that top line and all night it seems. And even though his internet's trying in its best efforts to prevent that action, keep in mind he is one of the drivers based out of Florida and originally from Notre Dame. And oh no! And Merck's internet has cost him significant damage to a lot of drivers in the pack. And yeah, that is not good.
And I just heard one of the drivers come over, say they got a 4X because of that. So I don't know if that's possibly someone getting disqualified already because of incidents. But that was an interesting turn of events right there. I don't think necessarily he gave anyone damage. However, it spread out the field quite a bit as now it looks like 11th spot is in their own pack.
So the field very much spooked there coming towards midway in this one. And no surprise, it looks like the field's saying it's time to keep calm, take a breath, run the bottom of the racetrack after what just happened there. In turn, no surprise, Merck has now lost the draft from that.
Yeah, I mean, if we've seen cautions as we're going to ride on board, or rather in the simulator, with Kenny Real in the 22 machine as he's following closely behind the 61, and you can see just the focus right now of what he's looking at. I mean, there's no glancing off to the side, kind of not really doing much. Fully focused in on the moves that are being made in front of you and a glance up in the rearview mirror at what's going on behind you.
And some interesting wall choice, I will say. Our producer thinks that looks like marble.
I think that's more of a, it might be a concrete. I don't know.
Shiny concrete?
I don't know. If he wins this race, we'll have to talk to him. I'm curious now.
All that while, continues to try and keep a solid distance to the ESC machine in front of Robertson. When it comes to Real, by the way, he was one of those who competed in events like the NWP 400. He was a top 5 runner in that respective race with the cleanest car then. He's made it pretty clear he wants a clean car and doesn't want to take any too drastic moves here, especially in a transfer spot right now.
Yeah, no drastic moves, but I think if those are marble walls and he lives in California, if an earthquake comes, he's still good to go. So doing well there, just hanging out on the bottom as this whole front pack is. It looks 1 through 10 is kind of in their own zip code, or 1 through 9 rather, in their own zip code up at the front of the field. So it'll be a battle for 5th there. And then the transfer spot's going to get really wild if that pack stays on their own here at halfway.
So 22-car field continues to settle in. Right now, with all that, the top 9's in the draft. For those just tuning in, 2 drivers did not make tonight's race for this respective heat, even after the shuffling of the running order. Dustin Hall did not start. That put Lee to the outside front row. We also had no start from Austin Derbyshire, one of the producers and co-owners of Grid Vision. So in turn, with 13 laps to go, the driver's still in it, looking to try and see eventually who tries to step out. Now, here's the interesting thing. 13th on back could be a big story line of itself. That's the second pack right now. And they are about 2 to 3 seconds back, as you see on your timing screen. You see the backdrop right there. Right now, that bubble is changing a lot right now because drivers like Daniel Salmon have been trying to move around and shuffle. There are a lot of drivers disagreeing on the running order per se in the second pack. They are just fine in pack 1.
Yeah, fine in pack 1. They're all guaranteed in. They hope that second pack doesn't get to them. Unfortunately for them, that second pack has more drivers. If they stay organized, they'll have a good shot at catching up to the front pack, and then we might have a full field of cars, as they're only about 10 to 15 car lengths behind the lead pack now.
Yeah, you see that gap? It looks like this pack is about to converge, and this could get very wild in a moment or so once they fully converge. The only driver who's really stepping out here is Zippy. Zippy, mind you, is doing that because he's 17th and trying to make a pass. There's a look there to Lee. Zippy, meanwhile, he's looking for 16th in the battle with Jen in.
Yeah, and I think for him it might be best. As you can see now, the packs have converged. The front half of that second pack has finally gotten up to the lead pack as they're moving way up through the field. As you can see, Baker in the 3 machine chose the top, and we're back to side-by-side racing up at the front of the field.
Justin Shepard, the first to jump out for the main grouping, though. He's one of those in a Ford. Now, it looks like Lee giving him some solid pushes. Now everybody wants to go up top. Real wants to be the leader there. He jumps up top. Everyone else is into the top. Moham's up in the wall trying to block off the top. Everybody trying to defend up top side.
In the 77 machine, Noel hopped right up to the top, and he's going to be the leader of that group now as more cars filing to the bottom. It's a huge jostle for position of where they want to be as more cars still sliding back and forth of where they want to be and who's going to lead this lap. It's going to be Noel that time in the 77 machine as he's going to try and extend that out, and we'll see where he goes.
And in turn, that bottom line is losing so much momentum so fast. There's Brian Baker using a great side draft in the E-Wolf machine. Lee tries to come down next to him. Baker has no place to take the run as he drops back and loses help with 10 laps to go, coming in 9 to go. Everybody choo-choo train up top for now.
Yeah, and those front 3 cars got to be careful. They're giving huge pushes, starting to push that 77 further and further out in front of the field. Kenny Reel in the second spot is the one giving that 77 machine huge pushes, pushing him out there. It's either a blessing or a curse, because if you go with him and push him out too far, the whole field's going to freight train you. But if you just shoot him out front, you could duck down to the bottom, and then hopefully some people go with you as the whole field lined up on the top now.
Yeah, they're racing like this is the middle of a dual race in real life at this point, or better yet, racing like it's the middle of stage 1 or 2 at the Daytona 500. Looking like they're playing the real world strategy. Keep it clean. Just run the top like Denny Hamlin likes it.
Yeah, well, we'll have to see how that works for him as the 11 machine of Kenny Reel up on the top, following Denny Hamlin's footsteps, trying to take home a Podium 500 in the future. He could probably see it in his eyes now if he gets the transfer in the top 5, but still with over 5 laps to go, 7 to go as they cross the line. This time, they're being oddly calm. It's almost like the calm before the storm. I feel like people are going to start pulling out here soon, and it's going to get a little crazy here, Justin.
Hot traffic coming ahead. It's leader's choice per race control. And it looks like with everybody up top, lap traffic is being asked to stay at the bottom of the racetrack, like you see in real life competition, more so than the iRacing method that's flip-flop for that. But Brian Noel doing exactly what he needs to do. Real keeping him push forward. The top 3, if anything, are somewhat breaking away here. They're so coordinated together. Lee is doing a good job keeping the bridge, though.
Yeah, and it looks like the 11 of Real is starting to peek the nose out. I don't know if he's getting too hot or maybe just trying to fake a move to the bottom to see what Noel does. But he just kind of keeps peeking maybe a half a car to a full car out from the back of the 77 machine, then pulling right back in line. So maybe trying to get him accustomed to looking low, and then one of these times he's going to do it for real, and hopefully a couple cars go with him.
So it's down to 15 drivers in the main pack if things stay green, coming to 6 laps to go. Top 13 move on to Saturday. Top 5 go directly to the duel. There goes Mark as he goes a lap down. So, Noel holding up front, the longtime sim racer. Real, one of those who races in various different super speedway events. And Jaden Carter with experience in a rod car amongst that top 3 for the time being. The drivers, keep in mind, we're expecting some peak outs, though. You have Mark Mack, that's the first one out. Rob Carl is the bubble at the back of the train. Brian Baker, we've already seen test that out the bottom a couple times this run.
Yeah, and there's only 3 cars that are going to be battling for that transfer, or 2 cars outside of the transfer in this pack. It's the 2, the 199, and the 3 machine. So Rob, Mark Math, and Brian Baker are the only 3 cars that are really in danger of not making this race at the current moment with who we have in the field. And coming now inside of 5 laps to go, they're still not making any moves here, Justin.
5 laps to go. Dustin Logston is the next one in line to be lapped. He's also going to stay on the bottom per the radio discussion. Well, playing this perfectly up at the top of the racetrack, trying to become $50 richer in the No Kid Hungry machine. Nobody thinking about the bottom yet outside of maybe Matthew Lee. He's almost looking like, with those moves, Ricky, he's trying to give a signal of, does anyone want to go with me?
Yeah, and I think at this point, you're going to have to say in chat, hey guys, let's go. And then hopefully some people go with you. I mean, if you're just making those slight peaks down to the bottom, if I'm in 6th place right now, I'm going to let you drop all the way to the back, because then that puts me into a preferred and guaranteed locked-in spot to the duels. So I think you need some of those guys maybe around the 10th spot to really duck out a line and try and make that line work, because inside of the top 5, I don't think anybody's coming down.
At this point, you're locked in. The only reason you duck out at this point is if you want to become $50 richer and less than 10 miles from here. And Real looks pretty committed to the bumper of that 77 car. And in turn, hearing some trouble in the second pack, Brandon Hastings amongst those who are side by side. They are fighting hard for 16th. They know they're outside the transfers, right?
I honestly don't know. They were catching this main pack all linked up together, and then they threw it all away there, Justin. I don't think they're going to get to him now with 3 laps to go, and you can see now the 21 machine is losing the 3-car pack.
They were within about a second or two of catching up to the leaders, and that could have made things very crazy for the final lap. Not now, unless they get their giddy up on and fast. They're going to need to find a way to gain another 1.2 seconds, and now they're changing lanes. That's not going to make it any easier here.
Oh, absolutely not. I think that about the only chance they have right now is if that front pack starts to get a little crazy. As you can see them battling again. They're battling all over the place back there, and I think they just need to recognize the situation they're in and really push to try and catch that front field.
Speaking of front field, we're at 2 laps to go. Right now, nobody electing to use the bottom of the racetrack up front. The only drivers using the bottom is that second pack for the most part through 3 and 4. And eventually, you have to think the run's going to be there if anyone wants to take the win at least. Matthew Lee seems to be trying to set something up for a charge up for the white flag.
If he is, that's risky there. If you're locked in, again, I think if you're in the top 5, unless it's coming through the tri-oval at the end, I think you stay in line. As you can see now, back around 8th or 9th, they're trying to form something here, but we'll see what happens. As now this is where it gets crazy. 1 lap to go here in heat race number 8.
Will anybody risk it to be able to become $50 richer? The top 3 have a small buffer. Real has been pushing Noel this entire run. You have Jaden Carter also waiting in the popcorn seat. Lee has been trying to get something built up from 4th spot. Nobody making too many moves up front. Milam's trying to make some moves to try and at least get into the duels direct at the bottom. This could get wild down the front stretch. There they go. Noel goes for the block. Real sticks up top. He gets help from Lee. 2 by 2 for the battle for the win. And it's Real who steals it at the line.
Super, super close finish there is just coming out of turn 4. Everybody went side by side. And the number 6 machine, a Jaswell. Oh, nope. Ryan Baker in the 3 machine, the last car that's going to make it into the last chance qualifiers. Dustin Shepard, the last one to be locked in.
He had started the previous lap in 15th. He was able to get on by Rob Carl. In the final stages in 3 and 4, Mark Math also out. Here is Real. And it is indeed a for real finish for Kenny Real. He picks up the win with the help of a push from Matthew Lee. It looks like his buddy wants to help him celebrate. Or if they aren't buddies, they're about to be buddies.
Or they're aggravated with each other. That's usually how racing works. You're either friends or you're enemies. I feel like there's no common occurrence here.
You're both in the field. Why would you be aggravated?
Well, somebody got $50 and somebody else didn't there, Justin.
What, the $50 to 25 or 30-20?
That's a good choice there, but unfortunately, one thing about racing is the prize money only goes to the one guy, and I don't think people like sharing in the sport.
So they both celebrate and both make some hugs out on the racetrack. We'll take a quick break. When we come back, more coverage of the heat action for the Podium 500. Unofficial results after this.
$164 drivers entered with a shot at $1,000. Driver sideways, that is Daniel Holloway at the exit of turn 4. Cars in the wall, it's checkers or records. No caution flags allowed as they wreck towards the back of the pack. Mr. McQueen, Casey Kerwin to the line. He wins the Podium 500.
Racing isn't easy, but experiencing it is. iRacing puts you in the driver's seat with the industry's leading sim racing game. Drive on laser scan replicas of the greatest racing circuits from around the world. Go head to head against other drivers chosen by skill-based matchmaking to ensure competitive racing at every level. Compete across all your favorite series. In officially licensed cars, engineered to deliver the most accurate driving experience possible. Join a race or host your own with players from across the globe. Race against the computer or in a league with friends. Feel the thrill behind the wheel. Visit iRacing.com.
Kenny Real taking the checker flag in one of the quickest heats you may see all Podium 500 this year. He ends up picking up the victory here tonight after a push with the help of Matthew Lee. After starting off in the top 7, he ends up being at the top at the very end of this one. In turn, let's get a chance to look at the unofficial race results after our first race finishing under green and without a green-white checkered. Real, Noel, Lee, Carter, and Shepard all move on directly to the duels unofficially. Malam, Bolliard, Lark, Chatelaine, and Hosler amongst your top 10. It was extremely calm outside of that battle for 13th, though, Ricky.
Yeah, in 11th place, David Robertson. He just ran the race. He stayed in pretty much 11th those last 10 laps. We really don't see a shakeup until we get to 12th place with Jeswell on the number 6 car. He found his way in. And then in the number 3 machine, our last driver to make it into the last chance qualifiers, Brian Baker. 14th, starting with the drivers that unfortunately have to go home. It's Rob in the number 17 machine, the 199 of Mark Math. Not going to make his way in to this try of the Podium 500. The number 16 of Vince. Not going to make it in the 16th spot. 17th, Daniel Salmon is not going to make it in, unfortunately. Brandon Hastings in the 12 machine finishing 18th. The 32 machine, unfortunately, 19th. And then we go down through the drivers that did not finish the race. Dan, I'm going to screw up the name, Jansen? Think I said it right. Coming in 20th, 1 lap down. Dustin in the 81, a lap down. And then Jeff in the number 60 machine, 22nd, a lap down.
So in turn, our quickest one of the night so far in terms of heat races, but also the very much so the calmest, it seems, here. There's a lot to think about for the next one, though. But with that being said, it'll be Robert Hill for the final 2 heat races. Your final thoughts before you get a chance to take a break, and in turn, we get ready for some crazy final 2 heats here.
Well, I will say one thing. I'm definitely emotionally invested in these races now. So even though I'm not covering them, I will be watching the last ones that we have going tonight. But it was interesting. We saw 3 different races, completely different races throughout the 3 heats. We saw the wild, the outlandish. We saw the guys that were really just going for it all. 3 wide racing in heat number 7. And then we get to heat number 8, and it's the calm. And they always say the calm before the storm, and I don't know if the storm is going to be the duels later on or if it's going to be the rest of the heat races throughout the night. But every driver so far has impressed me, and there's been a lot of storylines of guys that were fast that really should have had a chance but just got caught up in the wrong spot, wrong time.
That being said, we'll take a lengthier break here. With that being said, we are more than 20 minutes out from Heat 9. Some of the big names with the official word on the lineup: Maines, Kerwin, Harry, Major, Rideout, Dylan Jones, Wilson III, and many more on track when we come back here on Podium Esports.
Tonight on Podium Esports, qualifying weekend resumes for the 6th rendition of the Podium 500 with qualifying heat races number 6 through 10. The drivers that finish in places 1 through 5 go straight to the duels on Saturday, and the drivers that finish in 6th place through 13th place go straight to the last chance qualifier that is also run on Saturday morning and afternoon. And the drivers that finish 14th or lower get sent home from competing in this year's running of the Podium 500. Enjoy heat races number 6 through 10 on Podium Esports this evening. Enjoy the races.
And once more, the field looks to battle to try and secure a spot in for Saturday. Welcome now to coverage of Heat 9 for the Podium 500 for its 2024 edition here on Podium Esports as we get dialed in for the second to last heat of the evening. I'm Justin Pritz. Alongside me now with the booth for the remainder of tonight is Robert Hill Jr. We're also joined by Christian Hill, our producer. So, as we get set for tonight's festivities here, Robert, welcome first of all to Heat number 2 night, or Heat night number 2 is the better phrasing, but even better, a stacked field getting ready to zip around Daytona.
Yeah, good evening, Justin. Good evening, everybody. Glad to be back here for the final 2 heat races of qualifying for the Podium 500. Should be a great heat race number 9 coming up here tonight. Very stacked field. A couple drivers from the Coca-Cola iRacing series gonna take to the track here momentarily, and some other really strong iRacing contenders. As you take a look at the racetrack here, Justin, of course, 2.5 miles in length, 4 turns here, 31 degrees of banking in the corners, 18 degrees on the straightaways, pit speed of 60 miles per hour, and a lot of action to come here tonight.
And in turn, a lot of speed we've already seen throughout the night. Drivers reaching 200 miles an hour as the nights progressed. And now, the field going to have a very hard battle ahead of them. With these drivers getting ready to see what's in store for them tonight, let's take a look at the format once more this evening. Remember, $50 to win for the heat race. Technically unlimited for green white checkers, but if we use more than 15, it'll be a stunner to say the very least. Fixed setups, 1 fast repair, 17 incident limit. We've seen a couple actually hit it. We saw some contact in the midst of the draft, or in a couple cases under caution. The top 5 advanced directly to the duels on Saturday, and in turn, 6 through 13 to the LCQs. All other drivers are eliminated. Remember, all results unofficial until after the 10th heat of the night and race control review. And this heat coming up here could be one of the hardest of the entire heat nights overall, because you have 2 Coke drivers in one race.
Yeah, definitely going to be a very stacked field throughout. A lot of top-end talent, like you mentioned, drivers such as Casey Kerwin, Garrett Maines here, as well as some others that are well-known on the iRacing service. Justin Champagne out here, Dylan Jones, Justin Rideout, amongst others that we're going to see here over the next 30 laps, battling to work their way into the duels on Saturday and hoping to avoid that LCQ, which we know is going to be absolutely full of chaos.
That being said, just a few moments away before we get to the action tonight. Again, some of the big names. For those who are not in the know, Casey Kerwin, Garrett Maines, Jordan Haynes, Montesi Major, Zach Wilson, Matthew Dulla, Stephen Harry, Justin Rideout of Rolling Thunder fame, and many more look to battle it out here. The drivers now getting the command to make it to the starting grid for tonight's festivities. 24 cars, all 24 making it for heat number 9. Let's take a look in turn how these drivers organize themselves tonight. It's the Coke row up front. It's Garrett Maines on the pole. It's Casey Kerwin, normally 95, hence why the number reservation. But now, he's the 77 on paint scheme, driving for Spire in its first run of the Coke Series. Row number 2, it's the McCullough Motorsports machine, looking to see what that team can do with Matthew Dula alongside in the RC2 Promotions car. Then it's Stephen Harry, who will start off in row 3, one of the service favorites, alongside the 000, that's Jordan Haynes. As talked about, one of the drivers to keep an eye on who's done well with these events in the past, Montesi Major, will start in row number 4. He's alongside the organizer for Rolling Thunder Racing Series, Justin Rideout. Row 5, it's Zach Wilson, and one of the now Team Watson-backed machines, and Justin Champagne rounds out your top 10, Robert.
Row number 6 tonight, you're going to find the Dylan Jones machine starting 12th alongside George Williams there in the 40 car, starting on the inside of that row. Row 7 tonight, another great row of drivers here. Max Lang in the 6 machine alongside the 33 of Alan Wilson. Row 8, a little bit further back in the field, Robert Duvendak in car 99 alongside the 15 of Dustin Sluter. Row 9 tonight, Keegan Bush alongside Kevin Champagne in that 9 car. One of 2 Champagne drivers in the field alongside Justin as well. And rounding out the top 20 here tonight, row number 10, Noah Hamilton in the 24, and another driver to watch, the 49 of Brockton Packard.
And back in 21st is Anthony Poston, who will be driving the 31 machine in sim. Very colorful one alongside Jared Shell in the all podium colored machines. We'll touch upon that in a moment. He's amongst those in Triple Crown Showdown cars. At the back of the field, Matthew Stolnak of M&R fame and Peyton Tolak rounding out the field. So these drivers getting organized here for tonight's festivities here. Who do you think has the speed to win this one?
Oh, that's a really tough question, Justin. Some great drivers throughout the field. Obviously, you got to like the drivers such as Kerwin and Maines on the front row, but I'm going to watch someone coming all the way from the rear of the field. I've seen him do it before on the super speedways. I think he can do it again tonight. Matt Stolnak starting on the final row here tonight in car number 41. Watch for him to be a contender at the end as the pace car's off and we're getting set to go green once again.
40 more laps up on the board. The green flag is out. We're underway for heat number 9.
Great start on the inside there by Garrett Maines, but Casey Kerwin able to stay side by side as they work their way down the front straightaway. This time already seeing a great jump on the outside by the Matthew Dula 97 car. He's going to get up to the rear end of Casey Kerwin, give him a nice push up through the corner. The top 10 solidified here so far, inside, outside, just absolutely coasting their way through as Garrett Maines going to get the advantage down the back straight here, Justin.
So far, so very strong for the FGOSL machine. David Sheets trying to push him far ahead as much as possible. Kerwin trying to beat the leader up on that top groove. And no surprise, already the top 2 moving up top. That's been the trend. If you're able to control the top, it's been difficult to pass you. Now Kerwin's playing, Maines playing both the lines.
If you have that confidence, you're going to see the driver play both the lanes out front, trying to absolutely control the field. If you can get a teammate beside you, that's even better, as the top 2 rows here starting to get a little bit out of shape. You can see Casey Kerwin nearly got into the right rear of the Garrett Maines machine. Now David Sheets and Casey Kerwin able to push forward with help from Matthew Dula. They're likely to stay up at the top, like you mentioned. That seems to be the lane that is most stable and most consistent here throughout the opening 8 heats that we've seen. But now you see the charge coming back a little bit on the inside, gonna stall out again as Garrett Maines back there in position number 4, looking to get that charge forward. But out front, David Sheets and Casey Kerwin.
And in turn with Sheets, for those curious on the background in that respective side and team grouping, he's amongst those who runs in a variety of different leagues. That includes the Bluegrass iRacing Series, and also has won a few times in the iRacing Superstock League. In particular, getting some wins done over the years at tracks like Talladega and Daytona, no surprise. Now in turn, it looks like Kerwin has a lot of confidence to work with anybody who's in front, because in practice, Kerwin tried to work with as many different people, it seemed, as possible to get a feel of everybody around him.
And that is a great way to approach an event like this. You don't necessarily have your teammates. Of course, the heat races go by a random draw based off your qualifying time and other metrics. So getting out there, getting the practice time in with those other drivers, finding who you're comfortable with, maybe who you're going to try to avoid, is always a good idea. As you see Kerwin looking like he's working pretty well up here with David Sheets and Matthew Dula just behind him. And the same can be said about Garrett Maines and Stephen Harry on the inside. These two drivers have worked quite well together so far, but Harry getting a little off center on the rear end of Garrett Maines. That's another thing these guys are going to have to watch for tonight. If you get off center, that could lead to hooking the car ahead of you, because sometimes these bumpers just don't line up properly.
In turn, that top line getting a lot of momentum. Garrett Maines showing off. It looks like a bit of a curtain peek to what to expect for the scheme for the Coke Series coming up. That is Left Court Brothers Racing that's on the car. That's a sponsor that joined with Joe Graff Jr., a part of RSS Racing sometime last year, in fact. He's also been a part of that grouping for FGL Excel, because when they made that set announcement, they also promoted said announcement on being on the race car back then, last year.
Yeah, that will be Jeff Leftcourt and company working on that Garrett Maines machine, like you mentioned, involved with Joe Graff in the NASCAR world. Nice to see that translating over to the eNASCAR series as well, as things are getting a little bit stacked up behind the 8 machine of Justin Rideout. Nearly had some contact there with Justin Champagne just behind him, but now Champagne able to stabilize, as well as Dylan C. Jones. Those guys trying to work their way forward. We'll see if somebody's able to clear Garrett Maines on the inside from the tail of this top lane. Do they go down and try to take control of that lane and see about charging it forward here? Already 6 in, and it's been all David Sheets and Casey Kerwin so far.
And in turn, look at who's pushing that Stephen Harry. He's been with a lot of big organizations over the years. That includes teams like Legacy he's worked with. He's worked with OneSim. He's worked with basically just about everybody you can think of. And in turn, you know who's on the spotter stand? The person who started off the heat races in Victory Lane, Gregory Thompson, his longtime friend.
Well, as you say that, I do have to point out 3 wide towards the rear, and leading that charge is Matt Stallnet, as he's going to actually jump up to the high side, abandon that 3 wide charge. As now we see, I believe that to be Zach Wilson looking up through the middle. He's also going to abandon that run and work his way back to the top. So these drivers trying to find something to happen, or trying to make something happen from the rear of the field. It just doesn't seem like they can make it develop at this point. Obviously still super early, but if you're at the back of the pack, you gotta try something, see what you can do when it is go time to get yourself to the front here. As you see a charge starting a little bit there on the inside with Maines and Henry. Maines back into position number 5, side by side with Justin Rideout through turns 1 and 2. Of course, that 5th spot will be the cutoff to transfer directly to the duels on Saturday, as here comes Stallnet up through the middle once again.
Another run up the middle. He tries to bring some help with him, in fact, in Zach Wilson. And so the Trixer car looks to try and find a way to be the first to get the middle to work in this respective heat. And he looks like to be picking up some Pied Pipers with them who want to lead the line instead, including Maines, who blocks off the momentum.
Yeah, that Trixer car playing something from his bag of tricks here, seeing if he can get that middle lane to charge forward, but just seems like every time they do get something together, it just stalls out, as the 17 of Peyton Tulloch did get stuck in the outside wall. He's fallen back now. He is going to lose the draft, so unfortunate for him. But Garrett Maines leading that middle, now dropping back down to the inside. That's going to hand over the lead of the middle lane to Dylan C. Jones. But way out front, it continues to be David Sheets, Casey Kerwin, and Matthew Dula, the top 3. They're not worried about that middle and bottom lane because they're pushing each other back, trying to battle it for position.
That's not a surprise to see the calmness up front because of what we've seen, the craziness in the mid-pack. Jones wanting to find some track position quickly, though, not having an easy time. But the side draft, and there's the big checkup. Wilson had to swamp wibble. He hits the wall as well. He brings Max Lange back with him as well. They lose some momentum, and that calms things down quite quickly.
Yeah, we've seen that so far throughout some of the heats. That stack up is what leads to the potential issues on the racetrack. We saw it there with Zach Wilson. Brockton Packard fell back as well. You look at the tail of the top 10. Manasseh Major going to go 3 wide with Justin Rideout now clear up into that 10th spot, as now Garrett Main's going to have a new car ahead of him here. That is the 011 machine of Dylan C. Jones, trying to push him forward. Doesn't seem like they're able to hook up too well, as now they're going to fall back. Matthew Stalkneck working his way up the inside lane with help from Kevin and Justin Champagne. Actually, no, that is just Justin Champagne and the 82 of Manasseh Major on the inside, and they're actually making the inside work.
That's Kevin Champagne, actually, the brother to Justin, who's doing that, actually, in the Bill Elliott paint scheme. It's been a while since we've seen a fair bit of Matthew. Of course, he's still amongst those in the conversation with M&R over the years, but for a long time was a part of the motor racing world, where he worked with companies like Front Stretch, being a part of the business development side. He spent 4 or 5 years with NASCAR, now with Tixer, which is a new company that's based out of California that looks to basically become the motorsports vertical for a growing ticket provider and try and add themselves to the motorsports world in the pretty soon future. You look at the top, though, a lot of cars are scraping the wall a little bit. Amongst those, Jordan Haynes getting close to it.
Yeah, you can see these guys trying to get as close to the wall as possible, seeing what they can make develop. But now we're going to have side-by-side actually for the race lead just about here, as David Sheets continues to lead the high lane. Here comes Justin Champagne on the inside. Casey Kerwin on the top. He's going to move 3 wide to get by Sheets. Sheets now going to fall back towards the tail of the top 10, as they've decided he's done. We're going to push him to the back and start a new cycle up front. Matthew Stalknet going to lead the high side. No, it's Justin Champagne now to the top with Kevin Champagne on the inside. The Champagne brothers going to lead the way.
The 24-year-old streamer now leading the bottom, Mather the top. Now Major takes that away. Kevin now takes the lead. And this already looking to be one of the more aggressive runs, but a clean aggressive. Not too many drivers taking major risks, but a lot of drivers saying we want to be leaders too.
That's exactly it. No major risks as of yet. But speaking of major, Manasseh Major up here pushing the outside lane. This is the highest he's been so far, and he's going to look to try to get that 94 machine clear of the top. We'll see what Kevin Champagne can do on the inside. That's Stephen Harry. We saw him pushing Garrett Maines earlier. Maines now 2 cars behind him on the inside. George Williams between them as Williams goes up to the middle. He's going to get Psycho back. Kerwin in the wall.
Kerwin trying to get it out of the wall. It does. That checks up the whole top line in the backdrop. In turn, the worst, if anything, going to George Williams. He lost all his help as everyone scattered around. And quickly, Starkneck leads the way to the bottom. He looks for third already. That 41 car wants to be up at the front. Kerwin the same. He's got help from Maines.
Kerwin and Maines getting together here up through the middle as Stogneck gets a little bit shuffled out of place here by Harry. Harry goes to his inside. We were nearly 4 wide there. That nearly led to our first caution here in heat race number 9, but we're going to stay green as we are just about halfway through this one. 15 down, 16 to go. It's Kevin Champagne, Manasseh Major, Casey Kerwin, Garrett Maines, and Justin Champagne, the top 5 here as we work our way to the back straightaway. Here comes the inside with Casey Kerwin.
Maines is making it clear he wants to help out his fellow Coke mate to be able to get into the duels at least for Saturday. Big help, though, still for Kevin Champagne. Major doing a very solid job of the push. They're not able to get that much of a side draft, it looks like, though. If anything, they're wobbling around more so. There goes Kerwin to pull him back.
As these drivers continue to beat and bang and try to draft their way forward, we do officially hit the halfway point this time by Kevin Champagne on the high side with Manasseh Major just behind him. Justin Champagne, the 3rd car in lineup top. Kerwin continuing to lead the bottom with Garrett Maines and Alan Wilson the 3rd as his pushers. You could see those top 2 cars on the high side, though, not quite able to get center pushing here and stabilize in order to get a good enough gap on that inside lane. We do have a lap car coming up here. That's Dylan C. Jones. We'll see if he opts to go to the bottom, and he stays right where he is. So we're going to go 3 wide around the lap car.
It looks like everybody's good. Everybody's good. Everybody is good indeed. Just past halfway, 14 to go. Next lap car is Jared Shell. It's been green flag the whole way so far in Heat 9. So far, so very good. Kerwin back up to the front yet again. Of note, the top 15 are in the main pack. 16th on back have lost touch to the leaders after some of the checkups early on. And the leaders continue to keep things, for the most part, 2 by 2.
Yeah, 2 by 2 out front, except for those front two drivers, Kerwin and Kevin Champagne, able to pull away now from the bottom lane as they also pull Manazzi Major with them. Garrett Main's going to pull backside the Manazzi Major machine. We'll see what he can do. Maybe he can get up there and take over the top spot, but he loses contact there with Alan Wilson III. That is his pusher in that 33 machine. Down on the inside, Stephen Harry just behind them. They're going to build that momentum back up and start charging forward once again as the leaders go side by side. It's Kerwin up top, Maines on the bottom here on lap number 18 as Maines goes to the top.
More blocking up to the top group, trying to play the Pied Piper. Alan Wilson loses some help in turn. And in turn, Alan Wilson with some massive checkups. One driver sent off to the grass. No caution yet. It's Max Lange who slides up the banking.
One car incident there. Max Lange goes down through the grass. We're able to continue on here, but unfortunately for him, he will end up losing the draft, falls all the way back to 21st as Maines continues to lead at the line. That's Kerwin behind him, Kevin Champagne, Manazzi Major, and Justin Champagne currently in those transfer spots to the duels. Matthew Dula, the first car on the outside of that group looking in, but easily into those transfers through to the LCQ at this point, as we are single file through that entire first group. So the top 14 all single file now as they just rest for a couple of seconds before it's go time, as we are approaching just 11 laps to go here in heat race number 9.
Patience, patience, patience. Seems to be the critical part yet again. We've seen this already in Heat 8. We've seen this now in turn pop up. But two of the drivers you should expect to see wanted to stay calm, keeping it calm. In turn, though, we have the same type of setup here, albeit with one less car in the conversation for the top 13. If you're David Sheets, what's going through your mind? He is the last driver in the main pack on the lead lap.
Yeah, if I'm David Sheets, I'm trying to figure out how to get by these cars. He still has the lap car of Dylan C. Jones just ahead of him here. He's going to need to get by him, but he's also going to want to make sure that if he goes to make a move on the inside, he's not going to completely lose the draft and take himself right out of it. So timing going to be exceptionally important here for David Sheets as he tries to work his way up to the front. As the first car to duck out of line there, the 000 of Jordan Haynes. He ducked out of line. He's going to fall all the way back as the 40 machine of Williams into the outside wall. That causes a bit of a stack up down on the rear of the field as they're going to go 3 wide with the lap car. Dylan C. Jones, he ducks back in line. Robert Duvendak going to clear Williams and work his way into position number 11. That could have been a little scary for the guys at the back.
That can cost them a lot of time. It has cost them a lot of time. They've nearly lost the pack. In fact, just able to hold on to it. Now that Jones is settled out, Haynes in turn gets shuffled out of the transfer spots. Now on the bubble, it's David Sheets back in said bubble. Under 10 to go, coming to 9 laps to go. As those drivers at the back of the pack look to battle and quickly. Keep in mind, they have a 6-second buffer to Keegan Bush, the second driver out currently. Here's a look at Stallneck. He's looking to build up a run, it looks like, from 10th from the void.
Yeah, Stallneck looking to try to work his way back up towards the rest of the field. That is Stephen Harry just ahead of him by a couple tenths of a second. You can see that group starting to come back together. And as soon as Stallneck gets there, watch for him to potentially take a move to the inside and charge his way forward. He's going to stay up top, but here comes the 000 of Jordan Haynes back on the inside. He went from on the outside looking in to saying, I got to go. I got to put myself even closer to the front as he nearly gets hooked there down the front straightaway. That could have been really bad for Jordan Haynes.
If anything, Stallneck just is quite simply responding quite firmly. On board. I want to go. because he's made it clear he wants to be a leader. You can see he's checking those relative boxes too. Seems to be comfortable, though, in the midst of all this, even though the inside line's not very comfortable. I think he's just focused on the race, if anything, with the way he's playing this route.
Absolutely. He wants to get up into the top 5, get out of that cockpit, go back to one of those recliners we saw in his camera shot, and just watch as everyone else panics trying to get into the big show. As we are down to the final few laps here, just 8 to go, coming to 7 this time. Garrett Maines continuing to lead the way ahead of Casey Kerwin, but you have to wonder, those guys just on the outside looking in, Dula, Rideout, Wilson, Harry, Stalknecht, like we mentioned, when do they make a move? It's got to be getting down to go time, the time where they shift it into high gear, put the foot through the floor, and go to the front.
Coming to 6 laps to go this time by. More traffic on the bottom, by the way. That's Tulloch. He's amongst the many who have lost the toe at the draft throughout this run. Haynes still the first driver out with how things are shaping out. Stalknecht still the first of those, trying to build a big run here up front. It's Garrett Maines still leading. He's led 7 laps so far tonight. And it looks like, again, Kerwin knows the big picture. Just make the show. If it comes down to the money, they'll sort it out, you'd have to think. But right now, eventually, you have to wonder, is this where the partnerships start to get formed for Saturday, if anything? Be able to stick together and have all eNASCAR drivers unite.
It is quite possible. You're going to get the big dogs come together, work with each other to try to get that victory. They've worked together so often before, obviously, on that eNASCAR circuit and up through the ranks. So watch for guys like Garrett Maines, Casey Kerwin, all the other pro drivers that have made it into the duels on Saturday, and of course the Podium 500 on Sunday, to try to get together when they get a chance here. But you're already starting to see some of these drivers get ready to make that move. You see Matthew Dula just behind Justin Champagne. He knows he's got to get one more spot to lock himself in, not have to worry about the LCQ, because now if you do go to the LCQ, you have 2 days of stressing over, am I going to make it into the big show? But if you finish up in that top 5, you just know Saturday's just to set where you start in the race.
Exactly. Remember, these drivers, where they sort out will be in Duel 2 or LCQ 2 duel in that regard. Under 5 laps to go, though. Of note, Jordan Haynes has lost the draft. The 000 has no longer got any help because he had some contact with a lap car. We've also had a DQ for that said lap car, and Jared Schell, with Haynes not having anybody to work with.
That is a heartbreaker there for Jordan Haynes. I saw the Jared Schell machine try to make a couple moves. Luckily right now for Haynes, he does have a couple cars coming up on him. Looks like he is going to get help from Dustin Sluter. Sluter actually nearly hooks him down the turn 1 and 2 there. So that could have been bad for him. But up front continues to be Maines and Kerwin. But if you're Jordan Haynes, you're just hoping that we get a yellow here within the next handful of laps, give you an opportunity to go once again as these drivers starting to get out of that top lane. The 06 machine of Sheets drops down, as does Alan Wilson III. So the runs are coming here, Justin. We're getting ready to go. Stephen Harry going to jump down to the inside as well. Here comes the 99 of Robert Duvendak. We're about to have 2 lanes. It's go time.
Battle is on for the $50. The battle is on for the top 5. Alan Wilson saying, giddy up, let's go, Harry. And he's got some good pushers in the line full of shovies. Duvendak trying to get to the bumpers as well. Coming to 2 laps to go. A third line again. Stalknecht, the only person willing to go in the middle, though, has no help.
Yeah, Matthew Stalknecht continues to try to make that middle lane work. It just isn't at this point. He needs other cars to go with him. He can drop to the inside, try to help with that charge, see if he can work his way forward, but we are just 2 to go this time as things get a little bit squirrely up towards the front of that bottom lane. Alan Wilson with a rough push to the rear end nearly sent him sideways off the nose of that Stephen Harry machine. They're side by side with Justin Champagne for that that final transfer spot directly to the duels. Stalkneck took another look to the middle. We'll see if he's going to do it as they try to get closer to the front here. Coming to the white flag this time by Garrett Maines, Casey Kerwin, Kevin Champagne, and Manatsi Major. The top four with everyone else duking it out for position.
Coming to the white flag now. It's been clean all race. It's been green the whole race. How do they race it on the final lap? Stalkneck again trying to get the middle going. He's got help from lap cars though with the white flag out. Kerwin stays to the bumper for the time being to Maines. All while the bottom has more stronger pushes. They build momentum 190 miles an hour along the yellow line. Alan Wilson gets side by side now for second.
Alan Wilson leading the inside lane. Help from Stephen Harry as they work down the back straightaway for the final time. Looks like the outside going to get lit back up here. They've hit the wick. They're trying to go. It's Maines, Kerwin, Champagne, Major, and Champagne up here. They're looking to pop the bottle as they come off of turn number 4 for the final time. Garrett Maines leads us here, Justin. Oh, as they come together.
Maines at the wall. He puts Kerwin with him. Checker flag. Kevin Champagne steals the win away. Major second. And what a finish. Justin Champagne, Matthew Dula, Justin Rideout get in the top 5. And both the Coke drivers don't finish in the top 5.
LCQ number 2 just became insanely stacked right there. Casey Kerwin, Garrett Maines headed for the LCQ as Kevin Champagne runs away with a victory here. He got lucky at the end, put himself in position, and got it done. But wow, that was wild right there.
And Kevin Champagne absolutely pumped. A 1-3 for the Champagne brothers. They're amongst the drivers, keep in mind, that run a lot in the Super Speedway events. Keep in mind, for example, IDK player comes to mind, for example, in their respective races. He's trying to make his second big show in 3 days.
Well, he's done it. He's going to the duels. He's going to lock himself in to that Podium 500. Of course, results unofficial, as are all of the results through the heat races until the end of the night. But Kevin Champagne, he's going to come and burn this thing down, and he deserves it. He put himself in the right spot and got it done at the end. Congratulations to Kevin. Congratulations to Justin as well. Like you mentioned, a 1-3 finish for the Champagne brothers. They're going to pop some bubbles here tonight.
And the celebration's on. Kevin started 18th, by the way. He's definitely loving this running order and finish for him tonight. A lot to look for post-race potentially, but wonder if we can get a look real quickly at what happened there, because that was one of the more wild moments of the heat night so far. That's the second time we've had a wreck, basically, for the win for a heat.
Yeah, intensity and chaos absolutely ensues at the end of these heat races. The drivers obviously trying to jockey for every single position right there. And unfortunately for Garrett Maines and Casey Kerwin, it looked like they had an easy 1-2 finish coming right there. And all of a sudden now they're headed for the LCQ after what would have been a lock into the duels.
Yeah, I don't know what else to really say. We are currently working to get that replay clip for you at the moment, by the way. The wild thing is, it was green all the way up to that point. In fact, green the whole way. It's crazy to think the one place the fireworks hit are before the start and finish line and not afterwards.
Yeah, I think the entire race combined, we had contact maybe between two cars twice. And that led to, of course, the DQ of one of the lap cars towards the end of the race. But otherwise, just the incident coming to the line, as I do believe we have the replay queued up to see what just happened coming to the line here in heat race number 9, Justin.
Oh, wow.
Ooh. Looks like a bump draft gone wrong to start it here. And then Maines comes back up and, well, he just goes around off the nose of Casey Kerwin.
And that was a wild finish. Kerwin actually is taking blame on the radio, by the way, because of that push.
I got to give him respect for taking credit for the incident. Anytime that you cause something, first thing you want to do is like, no, I didn't do that. I didn't do that. But taking credit definitely shows the kind of driver Casey Kerwin is. And I look forward to seeing what these guys can do in the duels on Saturday. I think it just adds to what was already a really stacked duel.
Take a quick break. Unofficial race results coming up after this. You're watching Podium Esports.
$264 drivers entered with a shot at $1,000. Driver sideways, that is Daniel Holloway at the exit of turn 4. In the wall, it's checkers or records. No caution flags allowed as they wreck towards the back of the pack. Mr. McQueen, Casey Kerwin to the line. He wins the Podium 500.
Racing isn't easy, but experiencing it is. iRacing puts you in the driver's seat with the industry's leading sim racing game. Drive on laser scan replicas of the greatest racing circuits from around the world. Go head to head against other drivers chosen by skill-based matchmaking to ensure competitive racing at every level. Compete across all your favorite series. In officially licensed cars, engineered to deliver the most accurate driving experience possible. Join a race or host your own with players from across the globe. Race against the computer or in a league with friends. Feel the thrill behind the wheel. Visit iRacing.com.
Welcome back to coverage of the Podium 500 second night of heats. And what a finish once again. Two Coke drivers end up having trouble at a turn 4, and it opens up the door for Kevin Champagne to take heat race win for the 9th attempt out of 10 heats. Let's take a look at those unofficial race results, why don't we? Currently, remember, they get finalized after the 10th heat of the night. Champagne, Major Champagne, the top 3. Kevin and Justin, how they lined up there. Dua and Rideout are inside the top 5. George Williams, Alan Wilson, Robert Juvendak, Stephen Harry, and Matthew Stockneck in the top 10. On the bright side for Coleman and Maines, they finished 11-12. Could have been a lot more different.
Yeah, definitely could have been a lot better for those drivers. They look like they were absolutely a lock to advance to the duels, but unfortunately for them, going to have to come through the LCQ, finishing 11th and 12th tonight. 13th, the last driver going to those LCQs unofficially, of course, is David Sheets. Noah Hamilton, the first driver on the outside looking in, followed by Dustin Sluter in that 15th spot. Jordan Haynes, we saw him get involved with a lap car at the end of the race. So unfortunately, he's going to be on the outside as well in 16th. Keegan Busch 17th. Brockton Packard in 18th. 19th, Zach Wilson. And rounding out the top 20 was Todd Poston.
Matt Lange also going home. A lap down for Peyton Tulloch. Very bad brakes for Dylan Jones. 2 laps down, in fact, tonight. If he would have made the duels, it would have been interesting with Eberhardt helping him forward, and Shell got a DQ after what happened with the incident that essentially cost the chance for the triple zero of Haynes in the main pack. So, once again, that's a look at the unofficial running order. Tonight's action, remember, brought to you in part by Ruff'n Rowdy Treats, produced with all natural ingredients with no preservatives. Ruff'n Rowdy Treats, made in the mind of your doggies, including those with sensitive stomachs. With 8 varieties to choose from, their homemade dog treats have ingredients you can trust. To order, go to ruffin-rowdy-treats.square.site or scan the QR code if you prefer, instead of typing. So with that being said here, an interesting run in race number 9. I know there's a lot of discord in regard to the finish there. But again, to recap, an exciting finish. Some fireworks go off, and there's still one more heat to go.
Yeah, still one heat left here tonight. Heat race number 10 still to come in about 25 minutes time or so. Should be another great race, but what a good one we had here. Went by caution-free, battles all throughout the field, calmed down through the middle portions, and right as the end hit, we got that tidal wave of action. And unfortunately, for a couple Coke Series drivers, it ended up knocking them out of the duels and to the LCQ. But I'm excited to see what heat number 10 has in store for us.
And again, there is a part that is worth mentioning in terms of that. Kerwin did take the responsibility for the incident. Maines originally was the one going to say it was on him, but Kerwin said several times the push was part of the reasoning. Again, all results unofficial until post-race. With that being said, there's still one more heat race to go. And that one, in turn, sets up another wild one because you have more Coke drivers in the field, and you also have some notable names a part of that conversation. We'll take a break. You're watching Podium Esports for coverage of Night 2 of the Heats for the Podium 500.
Tonight on Podium Esports, qualifying weekend resumes for the 6th rendition of the Podium 500 with qualifying heat races number 6 through 10. The drivers that finish in places 1 through 5 go straight to the duels on Saturday, and the drivers that finish in 6th place through 13th place go straight to the last chance qualifier that is also run on Saturday morning and afternoon. And the drivers that finish 14th or lower get sent home from competing in this year's running of the Podium 500. Enjoy heat races number 6 through 10 on Podium Esports this evening. Enjoy the races.
Welcome back, everyone, to Daytona, as 9 heats have already seen the checker flag, but now it's down to 1 more to determine who races Saturday and who is left watching from the couch. Good evening and welcome back to Podium Esports for more coverage of the 2024 Podium 500 for the final heat for the season. Getting all set to go here in the booth once more. Robert Hill, I'm alongside him here this evening. I'm Justin Prince. Also in the booth tonight, Christian Hill, our producer. Cameras once again brought to you by Dougie Beard as we get set for this evening's final heat of 2024. So far, we've seen hundreds upon hundreds of drivers try and qualify. Now, we're down to the final grouping of drivers to see who races Saturday.
Yeah, we've had a great 2 days here of heat racing. Like you mentioned, we're going to see who's the final group to advance to the duels, who's going to go to the LCQs, and who's going to head back to the couch. But taking a look at the track facts here once again, this is Daytona International Speedway, 2.5 miles in length, 4 turns, 31-degree banking in those turns, 18 degrees on the straightaway, 60 mile per hour pit road speed, of course, an asphalt surface here at Daytona as well. And you're going to see these drivers doing speeds in excess of 200 miles per hour here tonight. And we've seen some great racing throughout those first 9 heats and some chaos as well. We'll see what Heat 10 has in store for us here in just a few moments.
So in turn, a reminder of the format once again. $50 for the win, 30 laps the distance, unlimited green-white checkers, but that if you get more than 15, there's a lot to be said. Fixed setup, 1 faster pair, 17 incidents is the limit tonight. The top 5 move on directly to the duels, 6 through 13th to the LCQs. All other drivers go home. And in turn, this being the last of the heats, you have to wonder if that urgency level could be a little bit higher here amongst that field.
I definitely do think the intensity and the urgency, like you mentioned, will be the highest that we've seen so far here through the opening 9 heat races. Now the final one here tonight, the final one before those duels and LCQs on Saturday. And these drivers know this is the last chance to make it in, the last chance to make it to the big dance. And they're going to do whatever they can to possibly get there.
Now, what's interesting about this heat, we didn't touch upon it too much during the Mace heat, but this heat, you'll also see one of the 2 drivers in the Hey Podium, Sponsor Me contest from January the 26th. 2 drivers were selected for that. The first being Mace, the second is Adam Garza. Now, keep in mind, Jack Mace is already getting ready with the new paint scheme for the next race. When he races on Saturday, that will be decked out in full Podium sponsorship. For those curious on what that essentially entitles, 2 entries/sponsors were offered to anybody who entered and submitted a selfie video telling them why they should be sponsored for their entry. Adam Garza is the last of those drivers. He'll be driving in the Bocconi colors tonight, but we're looking to try and see if he can get a chance to go to the Podium 500 move forward. He'll start outside here. Let's take a look at the starting lineup for the drivers here tonight, though, because the drivers are getting to the grid in what should be a stack 1. It's Kevin Freese, though, who will be on the pole today. He'll be driving in one of the Fords, the extra life machine alongside Garza. Row number 2 Jake Matheson representing his in-house team, the Next Esports Colors. He'll start in third tonight alongside Anthony English. Then it's Rick Seabrands who will start in the top 5 alongside the 77 of Alex Thurber. 7th spot tonight in one of the PGR cars is Mike Davenport. He'll be zipping alongside Scott Warren in the 76. We've seen his gold fresh skills machine earlier. Rounding out your top 10 starters in this respective heat, the final of the night, the Beyond Limits and Regiment car. That driver of Richard Wolsifer alongside John Darrell III.
Starting in 11th here tonight, driving the number 53 machine, it's Peter Smetana on the inside alongside the 16 of Christopher McCullough. Starting on the outside of row number 6. Row 7, David Leakey in the 84 starts 13th alongside the 08 of J.D. Larson. Row 8 here tonight. Gary Cronenwet starts in the 15th spot in car number 8 alongside the 19 of Justin Parham. Row 9, getting towards the tail of the field, Maximilian Halick in the 12 alongside the 62 of Jason Dinsmore, one of the 2 Canadian drivers in the field here tonight. Row 10, the outside is going to be Malik Ray in car number 7, one of the Coke Series drivers, alongside the 9 of Nicholas Donfrancesco.
Throughout the field tonight, amongst your 22 starters, Michael Meredith. He'll be driving the 49 machine tonight. And rounding out the field in a podium-themed car is Joey Stats. So the drivers all set to go. 22 strong, 30 laps up on the board for the final time tonight. And pretty soon we'll find out who will be racing on Saturday. Green flag is out. Heat number 10 is underway.
Yeah, the inside lane of Kevin Freeze does get a nice restart here, but on his outside already getting a push is Adam Garza. He's going to have the 44 of Anthony English all over his rear end. They were a lot more uniform on that initial start. Doesn't look like they've gotten in that proper form yet. A little bit off center, but already the 25 of Freeze going to jump up to the high side. He's going to take Seabrands with him in car number 4, and they're going to rocket to the race lead up top.
Quickly, that choo-choo train up top working quickly to be able to get gathered up indeed. Jake Matheson, expect him to be one of the drivers to keep an eye on. He was one of the drivers who actually was a close friend, I will admit, to the broadcaster earlier tonight of Ricky Springer. From my understanding, he's been very pumped about tonight. And also, he accidentally made the top 10 when he put himself in the wall at Bristol racing for a win once. That was earlier this month, when he didn't realize that it was a live race.
That's painful. That is a very painful moment as we watch the 3 wide action back here. John Darnell III, as well as the 94 of David Leakey. He's going to jump up to the high side just ahead of Malik Ray, one of those Coke Series drivers in the field here tonight. He's going to try to charge his way forward, but he's part of group number 2 that's already fallen off of that lead pack. Christopher McCullough, the final car in that group. He has David Leakey trying to catch him with help from Malik Ray and Michael Meredith. We talked about him a little bit earlier there in car number 49. They do get back to the front of the field as we're going to be single file all the way through the field back to that 19 of Justin Parham.
You see that choo-choo train? I think everyone's learned from Heat 8 onward. It's better to stay in single file and wait patiently rather than run 3 wide. It's got a very different tone compared to day 1, it seems. It seems like the entire field's content, except for those 2 you see on the bottom. Those are some of the drivers with PGR Esports. Darnell III amongst those pushing with Christopher McCullough on the bottom.
Yeah, Darnell and McCullough pushing each other here, trying to see what they can do with that inside lane. And honestly, I don't think they're going to be able to do too much at this point. They need the strength in numbers to try to make the charge on the inside. But as you see a stack up just behind them, a couple cars actually touching the outside wall, that's going to push a few back towards the tail of the field. But one thing to watch throughout this event here tonight is these drivers have had the chance to sit there, do their homework. There's been 9 heat races prior to this one, so they're going to know what they need to do. And as you mentioned, the choo-choo train coming into play here early on in this one, I would expect that to be dominant for the most part here tonight. And then those guys will make their move with probably about 10 to go. But like I said, they'll need strength in numbers to make it happen.
Now, one of the drivers I wouldn't be surprised try to get things going here, or at the very least is apparently trying to coach up the radio at the field, Malik Ray. Now, that 7 machine is the other driver we've seen tonight for Spire Esports. It's worth noting he's amongst those on the top line. There's just a couple car lanes back what we're seeing. The interesting thing, it looks like that's a preview for this upcoming week's Coke race is they've let him keep the number 7 font, first of all, it looks like. But number 2 is he's amongst those way in the back instead of being way at the front for someone known for being a super speedway ace.
Yeah, Malik, a very smart super speedway racer. We've seen him run up front almost every time he's out here at Daytona or Talladega. Doesn't necessarily have the wins at the highest level to account for that, as of course it's luck at the end of these ones. But Malik, a driver that's definitely going to put himself into position to get up there and contend for the victory here in heat race number 10. But hopefully, unlike heat race number 9, his race does not end the same way that his teammate did in at the end of that one in Casey Kerwin.
Oh, and he's going 3 wide. There's a look towards the inside of Jake Matheson. Matheson nearly got spooked up into the wall there.
Yeah, these drivers all jockeying for position already. You can see at the front of the field, here comes the inside lane. It's going to be Adam Garza leading the inside with help from John Darnell III. We saw Darnell fall back a little bit earlier and try to make the inside work with help from McCullough. And now it looks like they have been able to charge their way forward, but we'll see what Garza does here. Do they come up and try to get a little bit of that side draft off of the outside lane, or do they stay as low as they can, try to avoid any sort of accordion effect that could lead to any incidents here as we are approaching a third of the way through the event here on lap number 7. Still 24 laps to go, 23 at the line this time. It's Kevin Freeze, Rick Seabrands, Anthony English, Alex Thurber, and Adam Garza, the top 5.
And expect that, of course, to shuffle as we've touched upon a lot throughout the night based on just some of the momentum swings this evening. Keep in mind that 4 drivers have managed to lose the draft, at least for now. Stats, Davenport, Larson, and Dinsmore, they are already 3 seconds back of all these cars. I'm not quite sure how you managed to lose the draft that quickly, but we've already seen that happen a couple times just by running side by side in the wrong spot.
It's actually turned out to be fairly easy to lose the draft as a single car, but as a group of 4, definitely seems like it would have been a little bit harder to do that. So maybe some sort of a strategy play coming into account here. Maybe they're hoping that a caution does come out. You do have the whole group of drivers in group number 1 side by side battling for positions. So very easy for something to go wrong here as John Darnell III has a little bit of a blinking moment there behind Adam Garza. I thought that would pull the inside lane back a little bit, but it's actually going to propel Garza to a side-by-side battle for the race lead with Kevin Freeze. It's Freeze up top, Garza on the inside in that McCody setup shot machine. He's going to look to work his way to the race leads. We're 3 wide once again. We have a car in the wall on the outside. That's Alex Thurber as this 3 wide battle getting hot and heavy up here in turns 3 and 4.
Wolfsever having to avoid the wall as well up the middle. Don Francesco, I should rather say, having a very nervous moment, though, with all of that there. Ray drives on by in turn. And, again, all it takes is that one check, and then chaos reigns, it seems.
That's exactly it. Very easy for these fields to get mixed up or even collected together with one checkup on the field. You can see a little bit of blocking towards the tail of the field. There is everyone now going to find their spot on the racetrack. The inside lane currently side by side. Oh, as we have an incident, the 49 of Michael Meredith goes around and Malik Ray involved as well.
Our first caution in a while, actually, on heat night. Nearly 60 laps straight of green. A It comes to a close with Meredith involved. Malik Ray having to come out of the grass from that incident. And our first yellow flag. Already our first lost front clip in turn as well.
It is worth noting, though, Justin, as we prepare to get the replay up on the screen, these drivers do have one fast repair in their toolbox here tonight. So an opportunity for them to go down pit road, hit that reset, and come back out here with the clean cars. The replay comes on your screen now. Watching the 7 of Ray and the 49 of Meredith. Looks like Ray might have just gotten into that left rear. Meredith sent him around. And I believe that's the 19 involved as well. That's Justin Parham.
And Justin Parham indeed having to take a big excursion down there. In the 19 machine, the Napa Gold Filters paint scheme down there. Meredith absolutely got the worst of it without that front nose, though, after getting hooked around in what was 3 wide, going down the front straight, rather the back straightaway there. That's about a third of the way through this race in turn 2. A lot of drivers might have to use the fast repair. That's going to be big.
Definitely a big moment there, having to use that fast repair, because we saw it yesterday. You can come down and get damage repaired on the car. It's not going to be 100%, as race control has ruled and given an EOL penalty to Malik Ray as the cause of that particular caution. So he'll fall to the tail of the field. He's likely to come down and take that fast repair here, though, as he does have some damage on the front and the side of that number 7 race car.
He also apologized to the radio. It's worth noting, as Kevin Freeze is still up in the front, by the way. And it's a Ford party on the front row, at least. Now, we've seen that the calmness up running up the top only lasted a few laps. That being said here, what are your thoughts on what we've seen so far? Kevin leading every single lap, basically, so far, up at the point, all 11.
Yeah, Kevin Freeze has done a nice job putting himself in position to get up there and take control of this lead. Started on the pole, has stayed up there the entire time, had some side-by-side battles with Adam Garza as well. Garza, of course, finds himself back there in that 5th spot, the final spot, going to the duels currently as they run. Obviously, long way to go. But now Freeze has some teammates behind him in Alliance Motorsports drivers Rick Seabrands and Anthony English. So those two are teammates. We'll see if they come together to try to get around Kevin Freeze and take control of this race. There's also the possibility, of course, with one starting on the bottom, one starting up top, to take control of both lanes and really put this race in the bag for that Alliance Motorsports team.
So as they get sorted together here on the racetrack, it's one of the super speedway aces up at the front. For those just tuning in, this is the last of the heat races to determine who moves on to Saturday. Again, 6th to 13th go to the LCQ. Top 5 move on straight to the duel, pending post-race reviews. Those taking place after the conclusion of Heat 10. The driver up in front, Freeze. He's raced in a lot of super speedway series. In fact, have you ever heard of the OP Racing Premier Series and its super speedway equivalent? Well, after all, Freeze is amongst those who's gone to victory lane several times in that respective series and through those divisions. Some of the other drivers that compete in that series that we've seen throughout the night: Jimmy Reynolds, who had to avoid the wall a couple times in his heat. You also throw other drivers that have showed some good significance on the service as well. Zach Frisch comes to mind, for example. Richard Sanchez, amongst those who have done well over the years in those divisions.
You know, Justin, you mentioned drivers up here, super speedway aces out front in Kevin Freeze. A lot of people think that you come to a super speedway, it's just hitting the gas pedal, turning the wheel left, just going to the front and having a good time out there. But there definitely is a lot of mental strain involved in these races. You have to be strategic about where you go. Do you make the move to the inside? Do you make the move to the outside? When do you make the move? If you make the move, is it going to work for you? So there's a lot of strategizing on the fly that goes on for these drivers to try to get up to the front of these super speedway races. So if you're like Freeze, you start up front, you could stay up front. Your night's a little bit easier than someone coming from the back, as we've seen drivers charge their way forward throughout the week and try to get their way up to that lead of the heat races. It's going to be interesting to see if someone can get it done here towards the end of heat race number 10. We're coming to halfway, a couple laps away from that. and a lot of action still to come here. We'll see if we get that end of race chaos that's happened a couple times as well. But looks like these guys are getting set for another exciting restart coming up here shortly.
Well, set to get back in the way. Free still in control as talked about. Then on the outside, one of the drivers from the East Coast Online Sim Racing Association, Rick Seabrands on the outside. Then the second row, Anthony English, Alex Thurber, and it's Adam Garza rounding out the top 5 for those looking to get straight to the duels on the bubble. For those looking to advance the LCQs, Maximilian Helick in the Rainbow Lion car is in 13th position. Pace car is off just a few laps before the halfway point. Back on our way with a great launch on the bottom and a very slow one on the top.
Yeah, big stack up on the high side. Nearly leads to an incident there. I believe that was Darnell the third that got Jack sideways. He's able to collect the car and continue on. But that top 3 on the high side, Freeze, English, Garza, all pulling away already. They're going to have Seabrands just behind them as well. Scott Warren on the bottom. We'll see if Warren and McCullough can lead the inside lane back up towards that front as we have quite the drive out front by these drivers leading the high lane.
The woo-woo cars looking to catch up now with everyone else. It looks like you're having a lot of fun in the background, Robert. But the woo-woo cars are working on the bottom line. Here comes Scott Warren with the speed. Responding to the siren that's calling him to the front.
He is on his way to the front. Here comes Scott Warren looking to the inside of Kevin Freeze. Freeze up top. His pusher's Anthony English. On the inside, it's Warren with help from McCullough. They're going to be side by side for the race lead in what has been one of the first times here tonight, as Freeze has really just been out for a Sunday drive. Now the inside lane getting together. The top starting to split up just a little bit, but looks like they're getting one heck of a push up top. I believe English might have just tapped the wall. Going to pull them back just a little bit here. Does Freeze go to the bottom? No, he can't this time, as here comes Warren once again.
And a lot of heavy pushes and a lot of aggressive ones. Matheson trying to build momentum, but at top again. So good down the straightaways because of that ability to build up runs off the banking. It seems to take half a lap for that bottom line to just get recoiled from a lot of those pushes that are being so good up top.
Yeah, the inside lane definitely more inviting to those big checkups, and it takes, like you mentioned, a half a lap, even sometimes a lap or two to get recoiled, cook again, and get yourself back up to the front. It's not as easy because those drivers do hit the brakes sometimes. Check up a little bit as we're going 3 wide. Here comes Don Francesco up through the middle. He's going to be very tight between the 4 of Seabrands. Now drives down to the inside. That was Seabrands and Dinsmore side by side with the 9 up through the middle. We have the top lane absolutely starting to pull once again with a new leader, Scott Warren. He's got McCullough just behind him. They got in front of Freeze. Now Freeze in third for the first time this evening. Let's see what he can do as English gets the wall once again.
That's what's the fire also up on the wall as well. More smoke. What happened to the 16 car? Christopher McCullough. He was giving the push for second, and now he's blown the motor. McCullough has blown the motor from a hard push.
That was commitment right there from McCullough on the back end of Warren to get him out front. But unfortunately, that's going to cost him most likely his chance at moving on to the Podium 500 duels on Saturday. He's going to have to head pit side if he can make it without a tow. Take a fast repair and work his way back up there. We got one around. It's Don Francesco, among others, that have just gone around. Malik Ray involved once again, Justin.
That's the second yellow the 7 car's been involved in here tonight. And oh boy, well, just being halfway, temper starting to flare a bit more here. And in turn, bent sheet metal building up. EOL immediately for car 9. The replay, I think, will be pretty clear cut, Robert. We're about to see it.
Yeah, we'll take a look on the replay machine here momentarily. Like you mentioned, bent cars, also bent emotions as these drivers starting to get a little bit heated with each other. We're watching around that 9 of Don Francesco and the 7 of Malik Ray in the center of your screen here. Watch the 9. You can already see he's starting to come up the racetrack. Oh, yeah, that's pretty clear cut there, Justin.
I mean, if gap car, but if car there, no gap.
That's a great way to put it.
You could see the purpose of the move. It's just the execution was a 0 out of 10.
That's exactly it. He thought there was a hole there potentially. The hole just wasn't there as of yet, and unfortunately for Don Francesco and more unfortunately for Malik Ray, those drivers do go around. I believe Malik Ray should be okay, so shouldn't have to come down pit road, take any more damage repair on that 7 machine, but he's got to be getting a little bit frustrated here, and I'd expect maybe a bit more aggression out of that 7 on this next restart.
And so they get things sorted together here. By the way, Scott Warren is the race leader in all this. That caution may have saved Christopher McCullough's race, because McCullough, if we stay green, would have at least lost a lap. There might have been a chance that 16 didn't get to the pit road at that time.
So McCullough was fortunate enough to make it around. Looks like he's going to be just 1 lap down at this point, Justin. So he's going to hope for another caution, get himself back on the lead lap. But like you said, it could have been a lot worse for him without that caution. Probably would have been talking about 2, maybe even 3 laps down. But he had the chance to get down pit road, get a fast repair, get a new engine, and he could come into play again, even if he's not on the lead lap. People trust his pushes, and you know he's going to come in there and help his friends out.
And so the pit stops underway for some of the drivers to get some of the damage. Ray, Peter Smetana amongst those in the lane that time by. And so as they get sorted together here, refresher who's in the top 5, Warren, Freeze, English, Garza, and Seabrand. Drivers in LCQ spots include Matheson, Thurber, Heelick, Corin Wet, Darnell III, Dinsmore, Lopes of Fire, and Justin Parham has recovered to 13th after the first caution. With that being said, as we get ready for the restart in a couple laps here, to remind you one more time that tonight's action brought to you in part by Ruff'n Rowdy Treats. Produced with all natural ingredients with no preservatives, Ruff'n Rowdy Treats are made in the mind of your doggies, including those with sensitive stomachs. With 8 varieties to choose from, their homemade dog treats have ingredients you can trust. To order, use the QR code on screen. Use the link on the YouTube version of our broadcast here tonight, or type in ruffin-rowdy-treats.square.site to order your treats tonight. And so
definitely appreciate them coming on board here tonight, Justin. We couldn't do it without the supporters that come on board as sponsors, everyone behind the scenes as well. I know I thanked them all last night. Christian, Ryan, DJ, Michael, Brandon, yourself, Ricky that was here earlier, Logan that did the intro video. I forgot to thank him last night. He let me know about it. So shout out to you, Logan Detweiler. Great job on the intro video, and everyone that's tuned in throughout these 2 nights of heat races as well, Justin.
So 9 to go, we get back underway. And for those wondering, what sim is this? This is iRacing. And this is the qualifiers for the Podium 500, the second night of heat races. The top runners move on to Saturday for a chance to then try and be a part of the 40 strong. Will take part in Sunday's 500-mile, 200-lap event here at the Virtual World Center of Racing. Right now, Scott Warren continuing to control things up front. The Canadian, amongst one of the others you can throw into the mix of Super Speedway Aces. He runs a fair amount of league races, in fact. I've called him a few times and know that much, and he's usually amongst those in top 5 or 10 of those said races.
Yeah, one of those paint schemes that we really did love entering tonight's race. I love the gold shine on the side of that 76, and he's looked really sporty with a really sporty looking paint scheme tonight. Look for Scott Warren, Kevin Freese, two of the best super speedway drivers in this heat race tonight, of course, to battle for the win, but a lot of hungry drivers behind looking to get up there and get into potential spots to go to the duels or those LCQs, as we're going to be less than 10 to go when we go green this time. Watch that battle outside the top 13 as these drivers try to hunt their way forward.
So one of the championship contenders for Rod Car. Control on the inside. Freeze on the outside. English will be the one giving the push to that inside groove. Oh, wow. One of the drivers who won that contest earlier on in the month, Adam Garza, starts off second. Green, green, green. Back underway. A good launch for the leader. Everyone else taking a moment to gather up as quickly Warren moves up to the top side as per usual.
Yeah, great move there by Scott Warren. Able to get a good jump on the restart, get in front of Kevin Freese up on the high side. Like you mentioned, Adam Garza there as well. Third car in line. Down on the bottom, it's Anthony English leading the way in the 44 machine with the 4 of Rick Seabrands just behind him. We'll see if they can get that inside lane hooked up. Like we mentioned earlier, sometimes takes a lap or two to get cooking, as we have cars jumping all over the place back there. That wasn't even a word, but they're trying to get up here, find where they belong on the racetrack, because we're coming to just 8 laps to go this time. It's Scott Warren, Kevin Freese, Adam Garza, Jake Matheson, and Maximilian Heelick in those transfer spots.
And a lot of drivers trying to remain patient, it looks like. The first trying to get some moves done is Cornwet. For the most part, that choo-choo train, pretty big. Keep in mind, Malik Ray is amongst those who probably is saying to himself, I've got to go now. Under 8 to go. I mean, we've seen Malik Ray over the years throw the kitchen sink at everything. At this point, he needs to go. He's at the back.
Yeah, Malik back there in that 16th position. I believe he's the 6th car in line on the bottom. The bottom not necessarily cooking as well as they can. And right as I say that, of course, the 8 of Gary Cronenwet able to get a nice run there alongside the 52 of Jake Matheson. That's your 4th place car, Matheson, up top, as here comes the inside lane, the 8 of Cronenwet with a push from the 44 of Anthony English. They nearly end up hooking each other there as Malik Ray took a little bit of a look to the middle towards the rear of the field. Now he's going to fall back just in front of Justin Parham. See what they can do. Ray to the top, as now Cronenwet going to get shuffled back. English to the inside. That inside lane in absolute shambles here. Not able to get anything done as we're coming to just 6 to go. It's go time, and these drivers need to get going.
And drivers are trying to figure out who's their friends, who are not their friends, who are their frenemies with how things are shaking up the bubble. Now controlled for now by English. That bottom line is right where it is. Wolfsifer needs a little bit of help. Davenport in front. Ray chooses to help the bottom line and now pulls himself back up top. What just happened to the leader? The 76 Scott Warren is off the pace. What just happened to Warren?
Wow, Scott Warren, I think he might have had a technical issue. His car's still running. He's still sitting there in the grass. Not sure what just happened. Wow.
Unbelievable. Scott Warren is stuck in the grass still. I believe he's reset the car now. Let's see if we can get a look at what happened. Technical issue may be the problem because the car's off, the steering wheel straight. He's in the grass.
That is such a heartbreaker there for Warren. Not sure what happened, but he went from the penthouse to the outhouse there. 5 to go this time. It's Kevin Freese, as we're not going to freeze. We're going to go around and bring out a caution.
David Leakey hard into the wall. Several more scanning around in the grass. J.D. Marson, many more on the apron. And we're under caution with under 5 laps to go.
Wow.
And we just got confirmation on the reason for Warren. VR headset went out. And that makes things even worse because if he was able to get it back going, he could have been still in the lead lap. Instead, he had to take the tow, as many more have to take the faster pair like Leaky.
That is such a heartbreaker for Scott Warren. Technical issues taking him out of this one. You see Leaky, like you mentioned, he's got some smoke coming out of the back of that thing, a barbecue under the hood of the 84. He's headed pit side, gonna take that fast repair if he still has it left. But a driver that I do believe will pay off with this caution is Christopher McCullough. We saw him blow an engine earlier on, and if he didn't get a piece of that incident in any way, he will be the lucky dog and be able to come around and get back on that lead lap, I do believe.
So let's take a look at the replay. The cause of caution, car 62, Jason Dinsmore. A lot of people went with him to the grass.
Watching it here, that was 3 wide gone wrong. The 77 comes up across the nose of the 55. That's Alex Thurber in the 77, Mike Davenport in that 55 machine, and just everyone else nowhere to go, Justin. And this is going to be the first of our green-white checkered attempts, possibly a natural one here. We'll keep that in mind, but so unfortunate here towards the end of heat race number 10. Multiple drivers, their job just got a lot harder. Going to have to come from the tail of the field.
And so it will come down to a green-white checker to determine how things play out for who's in the running order. Lucky dog this caution, Christopher McCullough. He was 1 lap down, not anymore. That leaves 21 drivers on the lead lap for the first green-white checkered coming up here. With that being said, Freeze, Garza, Matheson, Darnell the third amongst the top 5. Give credit to Rainbow Line 12, 17th to 4th. The 26-year-old from Germany is a former world record holder in wheelchair racing, actually, and a kart racer for several years. He's quietly in the 4th spot in the 12 car.
Yeah, great drive here so far by Maximilian Helic to go up to that 4th position. Like you mentioned, started 17th, one of the biggest movers so far, and that's quite the stat right there. You said world record holder. That's impressive, Justin.
Former world record holder. I'm curious on the record, actually, when it comes to that, because obviously it takes a lot of work to get a world record in the first place.
Absolutely. It takes a lot of dedication and training to do whatever it was that he ended up getting that world record for. I'm impressed no matter what it is. It could be something crazy, and he's still a former world record holder, so that's really cool.
To give you the answer, just found the answer to that thanks to the help of one of the series he ran in terms of Euro NASCAR, and a mention towards the Olympics coming up in 2024. He showed performance in Euro NASCAR leagues on the platform. He had a world record in the 5,000 meter for wheelchair racing. It's a multiple-time German wheelchair racing champion. He'll be starting outside row 2 when we get the one-to-go signal and in turn the green flag for the first of unlimited green-white checkered attempts.
That is really impressive, the record that Maximilian does hold, and we wish him and everyone else the best of luck here on this restart. Chaos about to ensue here. This will be the first of our green-white checkered attempts. Like you mentioned, Freeze, Garza, Matheson, Helic, and Darnell the third in those top 5 spots. Everyone behind them is going to want to get up there, and you got to look now. A couple drivers that were involved in earlier incidents now just on the outside of that top 5 looking in. Michael Meredith up 15 spots, started 21st, currently running in 6th. And Malik Ray, he's on the inside of row number 4, currently in position number 7 in car number 7. He's going to look to get in that top 5 as well.
Just about all set to roar. Freeze in control. Here's a look at Helix Cam. You can see feeling a little bit nervous up there. And with all those accomplishments, a few years ago, DF1 Racing actually not only added him to the team as a representative and an ambassador, but also a full-fledged member of their NASCAR Wheel and Euro Series team after what he showcased in the Euro NASCAR Esports Series. And keep in mind, it takes a lot of skill too, because you also have to use the hand controls in that mode, and that's been something that's had a lot of strides put in recent years.
Yeah, you see that with some real-world drivers as well, such as Robert Wickens in the IMSA series. He's made those hand controls work quite well, and Maximilian doing a really nice job here tonight. It is also 5:30 in the morning over in Germany, so either he stayed up really late or that alarm was set well before it absolutely ever should be, and now he finds himself in position number 4, coming to the green flag once again.
2 laps to go on the board. Our first green, white checkered. Frees the control car, backing away with the help of Matheson. Garza looks to try and get up to speed as the Rainbow Lion tries to get to his bumper and fast. Malik Ray already in the hunt for top 5. He's already calling for a drag of the brake from Darnell III.
As we are green once again, like you mentioned, Freeze, Matheson, Garza, Helic, and Darnell are the top 5. Darnell on the inside with help from Malik Ray. We'll see if that inside lane can get cooking this time and charge their way forward. We should face the white flag this time by should carnage not ensue here, but the inside lane just not getting wound up quick enough. We'll see if they can make magic happen as the white flag to be displayed in just a couple of meters here. Kevin Freeze, Jake Matheson, Adam Garza out front.
Chaos at the back, but we still get the white flag. Final time around for Heat Nights. Up in front, it's Freeze getting a triple tandem draft. Matheson pushing him for all his might. Garza in third. Helic and Meredith amongst the top 5. Some drivers up in the wall already. Don Francisco losing spots in fast as they make their way down the back as one car goes stage left.
Yeah, one car all the way down to the inside. That's Kevin Freeze. He's going to come up into the field. Big carnage at the back. Now Smetana on the bubble. Everyone wrecking out back, but it's Matheson up front. Here comes Garza to the inside. He's going to have help from Wolsifer. Here they come, coming to the line. Garza, he leads. Here comes Helic to the outside. Battle to the line, and it looks like it's going to be Adam Garza winning heat race number 10.
What a finish. Adam Garza gets himself the heat race victory. That's 2 for 2 for those who won that contest, by the way. Wolfsifer, English, Helic, Strybrands all move on directly to the duel unofficially. Matheson, Meredith, Cornwet, along with Darnell III, Ray, Stats, Freeze, and Smetana amongst those who are amongst the top 13. What a finish for Garza.
Absolutely, what a finish for Adam Garza. He most likely thought the best he was going to get is second or third here tonight. Then Freeze dips down to the inside, has his incident with the tail of the field. So much carnage at the back. Kevin Freeze just barely makes the transfer into the LCQ unofficially, of course, in position number 12. But we have some solid cars going home once again, including Scott Warren, like we mentioned earlier, with the VR headset issues. He was looking like he was well on his way to transferring.
And surprisingly, it looks like Garza is the only person in all 10 heat races who doesn't want to celebrate. There's still work to do.
The work begins now heading to Saturday. And Adam Garza, he knows that he's going to be there in those duels, but it's still not a for sure thing that you're going to be in the Podium 500. There's still a lot of racing to come.
Take a break. When we come back, unofficial race results and closing. You're watching coverage of the Podium 500 and Heat Night coming to a close here on Podium Esports.
164 drivers entered with a shot at $1,000. Driver sideways, that is Daniel Holloway at the exit of turn 4. Cars in the wall, it's checkers or records. No caution flags allowed as they wreck towards the back of the pack. Mr. McQueen, Casey Kerwin to the line. He wins the Podium 500.
Racing isn't easy, but experiencing it is. iRacing puts you in the driver's seat with the industry's leading sim racing game. Drive on laser scan replicas of the greatest racing circuits from around the world. Go head to head against other drivers chosen by skill-based matchmaking to ensure competitive racing at every level. Compete across all your favorite series. In officially licensed cars, engineered to deliver the most accurate driving experience possible. Join a race or host your own with players from across the globe. Race against the computer or in a league with friends. Feel the thrill behind the wheel. Visit iRacing.com.
Welcome back to tonight's coverage of the Podium 500. It's second heat night coming to a close here from Daytona. An exciting finish once again, but a clean finish up in the front. It's Adam Garza who takes the unofficial race win, and he gets the job done after starting the outside front row. He's able to get the win by 0.041 seconds, so we'll take a look at those results here. Wolfsifer, by the way, did finish off in second in this one. English, along with Helic and Saberans, your top 5 tonight. 17th to 4th, by the way, for the multiple-time wheelchair racing champion from Germany. Matheson amongst the LCQ field. Meredith, along with Cronenwet, Darnell III, Ray, Stats, Freeze, and Smetana. Your 13 drivers in the field for the LCQs unofficially. Come Saturday here, Robert.
Yeah, unfortunately for these drivers, currently, of course, results unofficial, but on the outside looking in, Jason Dinsmore, David Leakey, Alex Thurber, JD Larson, Mike Davenport, Justin Parham, Christopher McCullough, who we saw his engine expire early on, got the lucky dog, just ran out of time and space at the end there. Nicholas Donfrancesco involved in a late incident and rounding out the field, a driver that we thought was going to be one of the contenders up until the end there, and Scott Warren going to come home in 22nd.
Let's look once again top to bottom in the running order here tonight for the final of the heat races here this evening. Remember, everything unofficial for all heat races tonight until race control finishes reviews throughout the rest of the evening. So, keep that in mind before those finalized results are locked in. So keep in mind, lots of action coming up on Saturday, as mentioned, when it comes to the LCQs and when it comes to the duels. We have a picture for now, at least, on what we'll see for Saturday. Robert, your final thoughts on what we've seen here, at least from your perspective, throughout the heats here as they come to a close for 2024, and in turn, drivers get a chance to regroup for Saturday.
Yeah, Justin, we had some phenomenal heat races over the last 2 days. A lot of good drivers able to lock their way in, a couple surprises as well, and a lot of good drivers on the outside looking in. That's what you're going to get with super speedway heat racing, these big races where the best of the best come together to try to lock their way in. So it was a great 2 days of action. Looking forward to Saturday. We're going to kick that off midday around noon. Myself and Jacob Reeves will have the call of the first LCQ, and I can't wait to see who else we can put in this big show and who those upsets might be that are going to be heading home.
Once again, that coverage when it comes to the LCQs starting off at approximately 12 p.m. Eastern. You can catch that once more here on Podium Esports. Now, until that point, a reminder what's coming up tomorrow. The Goat Locker Racing League is scheduled to take to the racetrack at 8:15 p.m. on February the 9th. Joe Peak, Joey Atterbury on the call for that one. You also have Robert Hill Jr., who will be in the booth once more with Zippy Selman. That'll be for F1200 Drivers Association action from Canada, from iRacing's virtual Canadian Tire Motorsport Park, also at 8:15 p.m. For information on where to watch each of those, follow along on Podium Esports at their social medias at Podium Esports on Twitter and more. On that note, though, it's time to say goodbye for our coverage of the Podium 500 and its heat nights here from Daytona. For Ryan Bauer at Podium Esports, for our camera builder in Dougie Beard, for our producer throughout the evenings in Christian Hill, as well for my colleagues throughout the evening, Ricky Sprinter, along with Robert Hill Jr. I'm Justin Prince. Thank you so much for watching tonight's coverage of the second night of the Podium 500 heats. We wish you a good night. We'll see you for Dual and LCQ Day on Saturday.
$264 drivers entered with a shot at $1,000. Driver sideways, that is Daniel Holloway at the exit of turn 4. In the wall, it's checkers or records. No caution flags allowed as they wreck towards the back of the pack. Mr. McQueen, Casey Kerwin to the line. He wins the Podium 500.
Racing isn't easy, but experiencing it is. iRacing puts you in the driver's seat with the industry's leading sim racing game. Drive on laser scan replicas of the greatest racing circuits from around the world. Go head-to-head against other drivers chosen by skill-based matchmaking to ensure competitive racing at every level. Compete across all your favorite series. In officially licensed cars, engineered to deliver the most accurate driving experience possible. Join a race or host your own with players from across the globe. Race against the computer or in a league with friends. Feel the thrill behind the wheel. Visit iRacing.com.